All right. What is up, everybody? Oh, lag spikes. Are you on the EU servers? I've seen a lot of complaining about the EU servers. That seems to be the problem area. It's really weird they haven't addressed it. Clearly they know what's going on, and they probably haven't addressed it because they haven't figured out how to fix it yet. Connected to South Africa, oh my gosh. Oh, that sucks. Well, we are just gonna dive right in here. I don't really know too much about what's going on with Dawn of the Hunt. I'm not gonna do solo self-found, though I am sort of gonna do solo self-found, so we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna try, at least for now, to not do trading, and I will do currency trading at some point. But that would be... there's no way to disable one type of trading. So we'll just leave it as normal. And, are you the Huntress? No, you're the witch. Are you where's the Huntress?
Ranger! An outcast lurking among the shadows of the...
Hello?
You? Ranger! An outcast!
I'm missing something. Where is the Huntress? I guess there's a button down here. Oh wait, what the heck? That's weird. Why did they add another person? That's funny. Okay, well, anyway, we are picking Huntress. What's up, Kieran Z? Aelor, Hephalis, Dave. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna die. Dextrous. No, that sounds... how about just Dextrous? That actually sounds like a real name. What? Come on! The second... there we go. We shall escape. And we yeet ourselves into the ocean. And off we go, ready to get killed by level 1 mobs. You guys will have to let me know about the audio volume. Oh, item filter, right. I'll have to probably turn off the... I haven't downloaded the new filter. And I probably don't need it for now. So, how do I... turn that off again? None. There we go. Alright.
By the first ones. You're alive.
I am alive. Give me a sword. Yeah.
Reach Clearfell. Find the
Alright, I got a spear.
Stronger than I dared imagine.
Ooh, there's like a little sprint when you go to attack something further away. That's cool. Oh, I'll use a filter, just not now. Don't need a filter now. Oh, it even does like splash damage. Cool, cool. Take a buckler. And now what? Parry? Okay, so you can move around really slow while you're blocking. Parry incoming hits and leave the enemy off balance. Aha! Take that. I should change it to right click. Oh, well, there you go. Just get stunned. A ranged auto attack? Oh yeah, spear throw. There you go. Nice. Exploding if you consume a frenzy charge. Wow. Level 1, man. Can't even parry 2 attacks in a row without getting stunned. Alright. Yeah, I'm excited to see how the Huntress kind of plays out. I know, well, I've read a lot of mixed things on the interwebs, so we'll see how it actually plays out. Whirling slash. Oh. Cool, cool. So it uses mana. And is this the boss fight? Or no, that's not yet. Or is that yet? Not yet.
The wind howls. You're mine.
We'll just slash our way around town. This game's too easy. Come on, give me a challenge. I want to die 10 times before we even get to the first town. Okay, this would be a time for Area of Effect. Oh, there they are. Porcupine crabs. There's the death. Oh my gosh. These things are nuts.
One step further from home.
Oh, goodness. Alright, yeah. We'll do skill points later. Shouldn't that make it go away? Or are you gonna make me do this now? Evasion or attack damage? I'll take damage, thank you. We'll look more at that later. Alright. How do you... There's not just a equip button. I don't think. Alright. On to the... Oh, well, actually, wait. There's a whole area we missed. Must go back. I don't think control click does it. No, control click doesn't do anything. I gotta remember all my hotkeys. I haven't played this game in a while. Gotta have my coffee. Alright. More baddies, more items. I'm a sucker for full clear, even if I don't need to. Boom. 2 gold. 2 gold pieces? I'm rich. I can buy anything. Alright, well, we got 10 more experience from doing that. Nice. Alright, time for the first boss fight. Let's see how this goes.
So this is the sickness I was warned about.
Dodge that. Poke. Poke. Throw. Throw.
The eye of the storm.
Wow, didn't we stun him? That like lasts for 0 seconds. Alright, I'm still getting used to all the hotkeys here. I don't know when to click what. Alright. Got all the ads. And then stun. Or what is that bar that's filling up? I don't actually understand that. Oh, there's some lag. Oh, there's some lag. Yeah, lag is pretty unacceptable in a game like this. And the fact that the EU servers have been bad all week is just pretty terrible. Alright, well, we haven't died yet. You're playing Deadeye. Is that Ranger, I assume? Can I show the graph? What is it, F10?
What a sorry sight.
I don't remember what button to hit.
This lot.
F1, there we go.
Renly's the name. Well, I've Smith for you.
Too late now. Alright, get a skill gem.
Now, if you could chant, if you
Yada yada yada.
Looks to be a decent
Identify
server.
things. Alright, I'll take those boots. Two to 4 fire damage. At this point, I don't know what's better. Evasion or energy shield.
I fear this. Bye.
A woman without a place to call home. We have that in common.
It's so fun to have a fresh stash.
What have we got? Take a look.
Alright, sell all that crap, and then we need gloves. I cannot afford. I can't afford anything yet. Okay, got it.
Next time.
Fair enough. And what are our options? Disengage, jump, blah, 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 blah. Plus 0.2 seconds to total attack time. What does that even mean? Huh.
Disengage. Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies in front of you.
Okay.
If you have just parried an enemy with your buckler, disengage will create an explosion on your enemy and grant you a frenzy charge, which can be used to enhance any spear throw attack.
Cool. We already have Whirling Slash, Twister.
Twister conjures a small tornado that travels forward, damaging and blinding enemies. If a twister is inside a whirlwind, it will create more twisters with more damage. Twisters can also suck up patches of elemental ground to take on their effects, or be used with elemental whirlwinds that have sucked up elements.
Wow, there's a lot of things going on. Explosive Spear.
Explosive spears stick into the ground where they land, then explode after a short delay. If you have a frenzy charge from a skill like Disengage, you'll consume it to throw a spear that explodes immediately and creates ignited ground. Using Whirling Slash on this ground will impact. Explosive spears stick into the ground where they land, then explode after a short delay. If you have a explosive spear...
I'll go with that first. Why not?
Folk won't take
We'll try
kindly to
that. And carry on. Explosive Spear sounds sweet. Now, what do I do? Go out of the town. This way? I think so. Problem with Act 2 and 3 is that most people are not familiar with the dodge mechanics. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like balancing wise, it's so hard to tell what's going on from internet discussion because there's just so many people playing this game. It really, there's all sorts of opinions. What? What is the aiming on this is weird. Look at how much high, look at where my mouse is and look at where the spear is actually going. What the heck is up with that? That feels really jacked up.
You're as good as dead.
Like, I don't know, that, it almost feels like it's literally like if I'm, like I need to aim lower than I should, you know, to hit things. But maybe it's one of those things where it's just all about perspective? I don't know. No, because if I'm aiming below the enemy, it hits them. Like, but then if I aim anywhere, I don't know. It feels like that's a little wonky. We shall see how that feels. Alright, and then what I'm trying to see is, does that do more damage, or does my explosive spear do more damage? I guess I can see in the, what's my button? The actual spear does 5.7A damage, but spear throw does 14.7. So the spear itself on explosive spear does not do very much damage. I'm just clicking buttons. Middle click, right click, parry something, poke somebody. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out at some point. But for now, the buttons do the killing. I don't totally understand. So what is that thing that is on something when I parry it? Plastic gets stuck on a rock. Let's see. I also don't understand. I thought I could whirlwind onto like fire and it would make a fire whirlwind, but that doesn't seem to be actually working. Trying to create a whirlwind that would overlap with an existing whirlwind. I guess the explosive spear doesn't do burning ground. I assumed it did.
The wind howls.
Hey, waypoint. Let's go. Which only happens if I have a frenzy charge. Do I have a way to gain frenzy charges yet?
Time to find bigger game.
When you parry, it leaves like the off balance thing. I guess whatever that means. I don't know if you deal bonus damage, but when you parry something, it's got like a little red glowing orb on it. I think you do extra damage, but I don't know exactly what that is.
I have received reports of a number of villagers hiding at the Clearfell logging site.
Alright, yeah. So, new skill gem. Let's take disengage. I guess. I just tried to put it in that slot. Attack damage. Sure. We'll just keep going that way. Alright. Time to kill the witch hag lady. or attempt to. Wait, you can't throw multiple explosive spears? That's such a bummer, to be honest. Alright, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to keep explosive spears going, and then a whirlwind, and then a melee attack. Ouch. Hey, we did it. What happens if you throw it? Wow, it does like prevent it from actually exploding. Interesting. Okay, so you gotta be on top of it. I don't think we have anything good here. On the normal items. We definitely, that's good. Lesser life flask, I've already got it. Movement speed, heck yes. Extra life, I'll just take that. Or do I want some life regen? I think I'll go with the regen. 1.4 is actually a reasonable amount at this point in the game. Perfect parry also gives a small stun. Interesting. Oh, there it is. Parry debuff. Makes targets take 50% more attack damage. It lasts for 2 seconds. Spear stab, spear throw, whirling slash. Leaving the area collapses the storm. Oh! I didn't realize that it was me. I thought it was a time-based thing. Oh, so you can keep whirlwinding. Oh, cool. Aha. Oh, that's way cooler, because now I actually have some control over it. So you can build it up to stage 3 whirlwind and then make it go boom by walking out of the area. I also never put what's it called, disengage onto my. Why am I not figuring out how to do this? Good gracious. Ah! There we go. Alright, now we have disengage, and that's the one that consumes the parry debuff on hitting enemies to release a shockwave and grant you a frenzy charge. So many things to think about. This is the stage of the game where I actually think reading less is probably fine and just kind of play, and then as time goes on I'll read more and more and start to try hard a bit more. But I think for now just killing stuff and making some forward progress is good. So if I parry and then hit R, then I have a little glowing green frenzy charge. And then I can throw bombs. That's pretty cool. And what else consumes frenzy charges? Just regular spear throw as well. So I could do. I missed it. Didn't even get to watch. What's my portal? B? Well. Never tell anyone your password. Well. Good thing they'll never guess it, because it's just password 1234.
Well, if I don't got it, feeling lucky. Deal.
Sell, sell, sell. Ooh. Some life and lightning resistance. Not bad, not bad, not bad. You're the gambler. That's right. I don't want that. Is Una doing anything yet?
Sorry, I was just.
You're the disenchanter.
Please, take your time.
Okay, and you sell flasks and scrolls of identification. Ugh. Level 1 is like simultaneously, I mean, I'm not level 1, I'm level 3, but the first few levels are simultaneously like boring but also exciting because of all the potential. But it is kind of like, all right, it's just the tutorial for a while, it feels like.
The eye of the storm.
Okay, so where did that
Hold on.
fire come from? So if somehow we were lighting enemies on fire with just whirlwind and disengage, and I don't understand why. Should I go in to get the waypoint? Probably. If it's right here, at least. Have I turned off the quest log? Oh no, can I do that? That might be a good idea. There's a checkpoint. Is there a waypoint?
Oh, straight to it then.
I'll take that as a no.
Begins.
The hunt does not begin. He's like, wait, where are you going? Where are you going? Disable tutorials? That's a good idea. Enable quest tracking. I have that turned off. Is that what you're talking about, Dave? Should I turn it on? Maybe. Because I've only played this game once. It's not like I remember what I'm doing.
Bring it on.
Interesting. You don't do the lunge if you're walking backwards. So there's a different behavior with the poking of the spear. Alright, so let's do Explodey, Whirlwind, Whirlwind, you're all dead. Boom. I think I want Disengage to be mouse 4 rather than Spear Throw. That feels right to me. And then Spear Throw... I guess, is it one of those things where it's like, I'm never really gonna use Spear Throw when I have Explosive Spear? I don't know, I guess they're different. For now, though, I'm not gonna use it very often. So block, disengage. Block. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Block, disengage. The problem is if your disengage kills... Also, do frenzy charges wear off? They do.
Look out!
Take advantage of it. Alright, I think we explored the whole place. Let me go get the Mud Burrow waypoint if there is one. There was no Grellwood waypoint, which is kind of a bummer, because that means we're going to have to re-explore this whole thing. What's the button for quests? Is it M? Well, M is the map. Guess I don't really have a button for it. Alright, I guess we'll just do the Mud Burrow first. And then we'll have to find the Grellwood again.
Wait!
I had thought that they had... Yeah, exactly. If I can finish this in 15 minutes, or I might just run back to refresh the... Alright, I really need to figure out my hotkeys here. So, explosive, and then we set up a couple whirlwinds. That's like one way to kill a group. Another way is we parry, and then disengage, and then throw a bomb. That's pretty good. Does whirlwind do anything with frenzy charges? I don't think so. Ooh, orb of augmentation.
Need more time.
Alright, I just gotta build up the... whatchamacallit, muscle memory. Actually doing all the things. It'll be fiery if I use it after the super bomb. What, the whirlwind? Or the...
Hold on. Look out! Wait! The hunt is on!
There's so many things going on and I'm only level 3. Uh-oh. Make that level 4.
Pack's full.
Keep forgetting which key to hit after I parry something. Oh, come on.
Need more time.
Now, okay, I don't totally understand that mechanic. Like, obviously, they break through your parry wall at some point. But my question is, like, how do you know if that's gonna happen or not? Is it just this vague feeling of, like, you know, a stun threshold? Or is there a way to actually know? I'll go for attack speed. There's a meter in the bottom left. Ah, okay, thank you. That's helpful.
I have enough in my pack already.
And is that what's filling up when I'm parrying things?
Hey, none of it's junk.
None of it's junk? It kind of looks like junk. What does it hold shift? Alright, maximum energy shield, 5 to intelligence. Yeah, that seems like a lot of energy shield, so for now that's the way to go. I have no belt, so I'll take that. Plus 6 to stun threshold. Is there a place where I can see my stun threshold?
Bye then.
Doesn't look like it. Well, it... Okay, so it's equal to my life, but it changes. This is giving me plus 6 to stun threshold. So is that just a flat 6? Again, like, this page is one of the most disappointing things in the game to me. The lack of having a secondary page that just gives you all of the information is very glaring to me. Especially in a game that's so much about, like, the meta and knowing those things, at least in the end game. It just feels weird that none of that's in the game.
Deal.
Alright. Sell all this crap, and we'll go ahead and stash. We'll stash our 1 orb of augmentation. Where does that go? Here? Beautiful. Alright. Back to the mud burrow.
The eye of the storm.
Okay, so if I want to make a fire whirlwind, the only way I have to do that is if Oh, my spear has fire damage. That's why. I kept getting confused on where the fieriness was coming from. It's just because I have fire damage. If I do that, then disengage, then do that, then I can make a fire whirlwind. Cool, cool, cool. I guess I could like make whirlwinds and then disengage out of it to make it blow up. That's an idea. That's an idea. But I'm guessing this is not the way. It's probably that way. Let's see if we can kill this. What's it called? The mud skipper. I don't remember its name. We're about to find out. The Devourer. Alright. Parry. I mean, can I even parry its attacks? I don't know. Oh, lag. What? Alright, throw an explosive spear. Get out of the poison. My mana regen's really slow. I guess I have potions for that, but... Block? The problem with blocking is it's not proactive, right? You're sitting there waiting for them to hit you. So it's not like you can make it part of an easy rotation, because you just have to kind of sit there and be like, well, I guess I'll wait until they hit me. Which sometimes it's like the time when you want to get a parry in is not when they're attacking you. It might be in a lull in their attacks when you should be attacking them. So it can be a little tricky to get that right. Oh, and then there's attacks like that you can't parry. So you kind of have to get good. Oh no! Oh geez, that was really close. Wow, these little lag spikes, man. I don't know what's going on.
Hold on. The wind howls.
Keep hitting the wrong buttons. Alright. Explosive spear. Nope, just kidding. Yeah, I mean, the game is hitching a lot. It's really frustrating. I don't know if it's... It looks like there's network issues from time to time. So, that's really annoying. Don't know why. I didn't have issues last season. Jeez. Okay. Well, I don't know how we survived that, but we did. That was a total cluster. Jeez. All right. Let's refresh the whatchamacallit real quick. Alright, refresh. Was it Clearfell? Yeah. Okay. Then back to town. Alright. Let's see if we got any cool new stuff. We've got a better mana flask. Oh, keep it. Do I want to laugh at the EU pings? Yeah, I'm sure mine are nowhere near as bad, but they're still annoying. Alright. Wait, I got an Exalted Orb already? I'm rich! That's crazy. I got an Exalted Orb at level 4. Is that normal? I feel like that's not normal. I didn't even realize I picked it up. Alright, uncut skill gem. I'll probably go for Twister just because I don't have it yet. And I don't know what hotkey we'll put it on. We'll put it on Q for now. Okay, stash. And then we sell all this. Or should I be disenchanting?
Sorry, I was...
Probably should be disenchanting. I don't know what's better, early game, disenchanting or selling.
Now this one. What would you like? Stick to the cairns.
Okay, so we've got a support gem. This is, and they've added like 100 more. I'm guessing a lot of them are related to spears, but there's probably a lot as well that are just generically good, or good is the wrong word. A lot of support gems are not good. They're simply a good thing and a bad thing. Things like this, you know, it's like everything has a downside. So. Alright, I don't even know what to do. Explosive spear. %100 more chance to ignite. So my ignition chance is based on fire damage. Yeah. And I only have fire damage because that happens to be the damage my spear is dealing. Overabundance, +1 to limit, less skill effect duration. Well, that seems really good because less effect duration means it blows up faster, right? Oh, bummer. It doesn't change it. Okay, the explosion does fire damage. Explosion radius, frenzy charged. Length and width, 4 seconds. Ignited ground ignites enemies as though dealing the explosion's damage. Does it deal damage? Or does it just ignite enemies? Not totally clear on that. Disengage. There's so much to look at here. Brutality. Deal more physical damage. Increased slow magnitude. Is there even a slow? Oh, it does slow enemies. Maximum 3 stages. Collapse deals 150% more damage per additional stage, +3 to radius per additional stage, 10% more knockback distance per stage. Is there something that gives me area of effect? I'm sure there are. So many support gems now. Is there a search? It'd be really nice if there's a search bar in here. Because I know there's ones that, yeah, like that, you know, 50% more area of effect. I wouldn't want to cooldown, but there's so many options. Bottom. Oh, thank you. Poison from supported skills. So there's just straight up magnified effect that I could do to give my whirling slash more area. I do love me my whirling slash just because I love AoE stuff, but I don't really know what to do. Sure. Why not? I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Okay, so back to the Clearfell. Yeah, look at how big that area is now. Yeah, and it's latency spikes. It's not even like the network is problematic. It's just, I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing it's because a lot of people, I don't know. The bigger the whirlwind, the harder to explode. That is true. It's probably just because a lot of people are playing, but still.
Getting away.
The eye of the storm.
Oh, there it goes.
Need a moment.
Alright, what are we doing?
Some said you were dead. Spirit's breath. Some said you were dead. It's not like you to lose a trail.
Oh, is this the new stuff? I think this is the new stuff from Dawn of the Hunt. What am I actually supposed to do? Track the spirit. Okay.
State your business. Heard, folks? So I won't even spirit guard you. It's not like you to lose a trail. Watch yourself, traveller.
Yeah, it is still able, like, I can still just disengage to get out of the whirlwind. So I think having the bigger area is nice, because I can hit more enemies. It does cost more mana, though.
Aye, it yet lives. But by what foul means?
Alright, I don't even really know what we're doing. Where does the hunt begins actually happen? It doesn't seem to have an area. So I don't know.
Happened here? This shape. There is a battlefield. Renly will know.
Okay, I remember this one. The Red Veil.
Old magics will protect me.
Well, I realize I wasn't keeping pace with the wisp. I'm not, but more like, what do I do for it now? Yeah, because I was just looking for the waypoint and then I left. I didn't realize there was a quest that I had to do right then. Okay, I need to get better at parrying.
Hold on.
See, the other problem is, like, parrying is really... It's like, if you're not in the right position to get hit... Like, right there with that tree guy, I was trying to parry, but like that. Like, I walked slightly to the side, and then he just missed me. He whiffed. And then the parry doesn't work either. So it just... You gotta really know what you're doing with parry. It does feel like a really difficult mechanic to get right in a game like this. Because it's just less fun to stand around, walk directly towards a monster, stop moving so that it can hit you, and then you can parry. There's just a lot of steps in a game where you're not supposed to get hit, it's like weird to intentionally get hit. And in a game where you're always supposed to be moving, it's weird to not move. So there's a lot of like kind of backwards non-intuitiveness to parrying. You know, in a game like Dark Souls, it works because you're often fighting enemies one-on-one or one-on-two, and each individual enemy is more of like an actual battle. But parrying in a game like this is an interesting... I mean, it's more like blocking than parrying, because you just hold it. It's not like you have to time it right, at least. But... Alright. The moving bramble. I don't know what that is.
Need a moment.
This lag is really getting me.
Hold on.
That's why you just ignored parrying altogether. Yeah, I can... Oh my gosh. Wow. Gosh. Ugh. Lag. I'll try not to complain too much about the lag, but when it is happening all the time, it is really annoying.
Not even the trees of escape this rock.
No, I have not looked yet. I'm sure it's terrible. I know a lot of people in EU have just stopped playing altogether until it's fixed. Which is probably what I would do. I don't find lag to be something I can just play through. It's so frustrating. Especially in a game that, for a lot of people, is single player anyway. Like, it's just... I understand the people that complain about the always online-ness. Like, I understand why the game needs to be always online, and I accept it, but then you get stuff like lag and server problems, and it just makes you feel like, why don't we just have a single player version of this? Parried, get wrecked. Yeah, get that frenzy charge, get that elemental whirlwind. Yeah, I mean, one parry can add a lot of value. I don't know though, is the whirlwind doing more damage when it's on fire or not? I don't know if I understand how that works. Like, I understand it does fire damage, gaining 50% of damage as the corresponding type. There you go. Okay. So it is gaining fire damage and dealing more total damage.
I'll not make the journey home like
It
that.
looks cooler. Yes, it certainly does look cooler. Let me, just for fun, let me pop over to Discord and see. Hephalis, what, yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Alright, let's sell out crap. I also am not a fan of just the inventory size that they give you. But that's more of a general complaint. Let's see. So, Una.
I like to hold on to bits and pieces. Any that catch
Let's see,
your
what is
eye.
it? Control click? I don't even know if it's worth identifying stuff at this point. It's not making it worth more money, that's for sure. Alright. Evasion rating. So... strikes or projectiles. But it doesn't avoid their area of effect stuff. Like slam attacks. But that does bring me up to 38% evasion, which is pretty good. Increased rarity seems kind of nice. Not that it really matters right now. I mean, even like moving inventory items is like rubber banding and laggy. And holding shift isn't working? Is that normal? Or is that like what's going on with lag right now? Like if I'm holding shift and I mouse over different items, the comparing goes away and I have to let go of shift and click shift again. Is that normally what it does? I feel like normally it just is comparing everything you mouse over if you're holding shift, right? But I'm having to re-click shift. I don't think that's normal. Anyway, less fire damage, but more attack speed. Yeah, I swear this isn't normally how it works. I don't know why this is... it's one of those things... This happened in Factorio the other day where I'm like, has it always worked like this?
Oi.
Or is this different than normal? I'm not sure. But it's throwing me off. Anyway, I just think I'll disenchant everything, I guess, and sell the rest.
Hello.
I wish there was a disenchant all button. Do that, sell all the rest.
Oh, I like this one.
And then what do we got? Skill gem. Explosive spear. Does more damage. That's literally it. Whirling slash does more damage. Disengage does more damage. What do you know? Everything does more damage. We'll do whirling slash. Yeah, in the begin, it's man.
By decree of the Count of
Don't get me started on how the game claims any class can use any skill. I'm sure there are you know, hybrid builds that people have figured out, but it's just not. I don't know. At this early in the game, though, yes, there are some other spells that could be useful because they don't have high requirements. So that's certainly a thing I could look into.
Wind fury.
Alright, so what we want to do is like set up a couple whirlwinds, parry, disengage, throw a bomb. I don't know what the optimal... Maybe I should have increased the area of effect on my explosive spear. That's the one that really needs the area of effect. Oh, there's... Oh, you're a magic monster.
Need more time. I need a moment to
Right,
prepare.
I can just move the support gem. Ooh, we got a rare. Got a live one. Barry? Aha. Disengage? I was too late.
Need more time.
Oh, get out of that frost.
A worthy foe. The wind howls.
Okay. Hey, thanks for the follow.
Need more time.
Juan Mirez. This is a big area. Jeez. Oh yeah, this one.
This here was
Isn't there a witch in here that I have to kill? No? Was that the rare that I just fought? Alright. More attack speed. Oh, there's the witch.
Hold on.
Yeah, see, it's like right there, I was just like, oh, I'm ready to parry your attack, and then she just does this area of effect thing, and then disappears and spits cold at me, and yeah, parry, I'm not a fan of the parry mechanic so far. I could totally change, and there are probably builds that put it to really good use. But I just don't think I like the reactive gameplay of like, you stand around, and wait until they're just about to attack you, and then you can finally do your parrying. Don't be in the booms. Ooh, another support jam?
It
Nice.
twists witches and innocents alike.
Gosh, this lag is really... It's frustrating because it's like this constant stuttering. And it just feels like you're not actually playing. It just takes you out of the game, you know? It's like, this game is fun. The gameplay's fun. You want to dance around and hit stuff, but then you start moving to the right, and now all of a sudden you're not moving to the right, and then you get caught on something. And yeah, this is bad. I think this is worse than day one on the launch, to be honest. And I'm sure there's less people playing than day one, especially now. We're like almost a week into the dawn of the hunt, so I don't really know why the servers are so bad. I'm curious what the reason is.
Yes. I've collected these over time. What do you
Alright,
think?
I will probably just identify the helm, because it might actually be better. I don't know, is that better? Probably. And then I'll disenchant.
Hello.
The rest, and then we'll sell
I've
the
collected
rest.
these over I will treasure it.
I could use a bow in the second weapon and use ranger skills. Yeah, that's true, because they're both dexterity based. I mean, doesn't hurt to have it. Can't even grab the item because of this lag. Oh, man. Alright, so now what? Explosive spear, maybe? %less skill effect duration will do nothing, but having 2 bombs seems nice. Oh, I haven't even tried Twister. Forgot I had Twister. Let's see. What is this? More projectile speed, more effect duration. 2 additional projectiles. I do love that one. I used that one for something with my mage. It'll lower the burning ground after a super bomb. Ah, that makes sense. I'm not doing that many super bombs anyway, though. Let's just do that. Being able to throw 2 bombs sounds nice. And then back we go. Okay, what are we even doing right now? Alright, we're going... Okay, we got all the things here. Oh, no, there's still a tree of souls. No, but that's just the one... That's just the thing in the middle, right? With the hooded one, I think. Now I can throw 2 of these at the ground. Now there are 2 of them. This is getting out of hand. Now, is the whirlwind also blinds enemies, right? So that's kind of nice. Using up all my mana on these support gemmed skills. Because the whirlwind... Blinding them. Being blinded causes 20% less accuracy rating and evasion rating and lasts for 4 seconds. Okay, that's not that crazy. Well, I guess it depends. I don't know how the math works out on accuracy rating. Does them having 20% less accuracy actually result in me getting roughly 20% more chance to dodge? Or is it more than that because of, you know, formulas and nonsense? Not really sure. I think the explosive spear makes me feel safe and warm because of it having the same sound effect as the frost bomb that I would use on my... what? It's not a mage. What's the... Is it sorceress? What's the name of that class? I can't even remember. I can't even remember. Right, I know the chance to dodge isn't just linear, but I more mean like... I don't know if I'm making sense. Like, is them losing 20% accuracy rating, is that going to be even a more diminishing effect if I'm already stacking evasion anyway? Or is it always going to result in a decent, essentially, a decent buff to my ability to dodge that enemy at all ranges? And it just depends on the formulas, which of course are not told to us. Maybe people have figured them out by now, but I certainly don't know them. Wow, this area is huge-mongous. Yeah, I need to figure out how to do this better, because I keep throwing an explosive spear and then I disengage, and then they run after me and they're not inside the explosive spear's AoE.
Need a moment.
I need the explosive spear to follow me. Yeah, I think what I wish is that the parry almost had a vacuum effect, where like if an enemy attacks and whiffs near you, it still parries the shot. Because see, even just my slow walking away is causing all the enemies to whiff. Look at this. So like this should be giving me parries, and it's not. And I think that's why parry feels a little off to me, is because you have to get perfectly hit by the enemy, which is like, well, no, like even if you just move slightly out of the way, now the enemy's not going to hit you and not going to give you that parry charge. So I think if parry had a little bit, almost like an area of effect, and if an enemy hits the air where you were a minute ago, you still get the parry. Not a minute ago, but, you know, a second ago. Wait, what? YouTube is not receiving enough video? What happened? I don't know what's going on with the YouTube stream, but OBS is still fine, so. Well, it would only give you sun buildup when you want to parry, though. I'm not saying you... I mean, the lag is awful right now. Look at that. I mean, I'm basically not even able to play. Oh my gosh. Spiking up to 800. Ooh. If anything, this is what's gonna get me to quit. I'm enjoying Dawn of the Hunt so far. I'm enjoying the Huntress so far. I'm not enjoying the lag so far. That's the only part I'm finding frustrating. Alright, I'm gonna move on and go see if I can get the other waypoint. Because what's the other zone? Isn't there another zone that we're supposed to be? The Red Veil, is that part of the same? Yeah, I want to find the Red Veil before we leave this area. It does seem weird to me that GGG has not addressed the server problems. As far as I know, I mean, I haven't been like super keeping up with everything, but I've seen people like clamoring about it, and it feels weird that they haven't addressed it, at least, because it's affecting a huge amount of the player base. I mean, I'm on the US servers, and it's, you know, massively affecting me even. So it's a very wide-reaching problem that they have on their hands, and it feels weird to just not talk about it. I wonder what they did with Dawn of the Hunt to cause these problems. Or maybe it's just so many more people playing. I'm curious to look at the graph, actually. I'm gonna pull it up real quick. Steam DB PoE2. I don't care about the price history. I just want to know the charts for players playing. Yeah, I mean, they did go from 23,000 back up to 230,000. But at the same time, they were well over... I mean, for the first month, they were over that, and I wasn't having these sorts of issues in the middle of December when I was playing. So it does seem like... I wonder if they, like, just save money by, like, turning off certain amounts of servers or paying for... I don't know how all that, like, the actual internet part works, but maybe they were, like, saving money because less and less people were playing, so they turned off more and more, and then they just didn't turn on enough. But, I mean, I, like... Gosh, I, like, can't even play right now. I mean, even the audio is, like, freezing. Oh, I'm out of mana. That's also bad. Wow. I don't know, man. This is a level of lag that is making me, like, thinking, like, I don't know if I want to play this again tomorrow or for more and more hours. Like, this is bad. Yeah, I might try logging out and trying a different server. I'll give it a little bit longer, but I guess we've had pretty consistent issues the whole time, so. Right, exactly, Aloy. That's why it doesn't make that much sense to me that that would be the problem, because it's like, well, sure, they maybe didn't turn on enough servers, but then after a day or two of, like, the lag, they would have figured that out, because they would have been ready. You know, if they were like, hey, we're estimating 150,000 people are gonna come play this patch, they would have at least had a backup plan for what if more people come back to play this patch. So it doesn't really... Yeah, I'm just not understanding why this is a huge problem right now. But we'll kill this boss, and then maybe we'll try switching servers and see if that makes it a change. Or not.
Pack's full.
Their lag tech is really good now. I don't know what you mean by lag tech. Like the technology they're implementing to make more lag? I agree, it is working well.
Finn makes fun of my collection. But
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. Alright, what do we got? I don't want to give up my movement speed boots, even though they're not doing anything else for me. Alright, none of this does anything for me.
I've collected these over time.
Is there a... Yeah, you can control click, that's right, to get the other thing. Now here's the age-old question. Should I be disenchanting my rares for the regals, or should I be selling them for the gold? At this stage, I think I'll probably sell them, because I need the gold.
These are just
But
odd. It's beautiful.
at some point I'll switch over.
Except
Yes, I am going to augment those boots. Cold resistance. I'll take it. It'll help me kill Geonor if I still have these boots.
if you can.
Alright. And we get a skill point. Our first notable, delicious attack speed and area of effect. I love that. You guys know I love area of effect. I believe my build last season was, or league or whatever, was just to get every possible area of effect node. And then everything that worked with cold. You disenchant based on the basis that later rares will be worth more gold but not more shards. True. But relative to how much gold I have, the gold that they sell for now might be worth more now than it is later. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Alright, so what does dexterity actually do? Dexterity is an attribute that grants evasion. Wait. This is an unclear sentence in English. Dexterity is an attribute required to use most equipment that grants evasion rating. That's referring to the equipment there, I think. It's not saying dexterity grants evasion rating. It provides an inherent bonus of +5 to accuracy rating. And it does not grant damage to skills or any other benefits except where specifically stated. Okay, so it's really just accuracy plus requirements. So what is my accuracy? Hey, Clam Alpha, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciated. So where's my accuracy rating? Is that up at the top? I'm missing something. Armor, evasion, block, life, energy, mana, spirit. Why you no show me? It's on the skills page. I'm not seeing it there either. I mean, are you talking about in here? This is where we go to have to see accuracy? Does each attack have a different rating? Is that why? These all seem to be 140. So why would 140 not be shown on the main page? I don't get it. I don't get it. There should be like a basic accuracy that shows, because it seems like most skills have the same base accuracy anyway. Oh man. Well, right. No, I get that there are things that can modify accuracy, but a baseline accuracy seems reasonable to show on the character page. Because in a lot of cases, that's going to be the accuracy that you're going to be having. And again, most characters are using one weapon, not multiples. So it just feels like when there's information that would be relevant to like 90% of the time for 90% of the players or something, it feels like it would make sense to put that on the character page rather than hiding it behind the, wow, that's a lot of items. The skills page. But I digress. I've never liked that information page. Alright. So we're looking for the Rust King, or whatever his name is. Oh, hey look.
Bound to be runes in that pile. Need a moment.
Ooh, boy, there's some lag. A runed
The folk
girdle.
who've already died. They're fought well enough.
Girdle my runes. Alright. Next. I'm liking the Huntress so far. Obviously we're still very early in the stage, but I'm digging the explosive spears, I'm digging the whirlwinds. I like disengage. It feels good to play with. I don't feel like I have a great melee game yet. Like spear stab obviously is just normal attack, which you kind of never want to use. And I kind of only have whirlwind, which feels like it's kind of mana intensive at this stage of the game. And I've been running out of mana sometimes. Alright, what do we got? Nothing? Nothing. Yeah, whirlwind is not that much damage. It's probably less damage than my regular attack even. Oh, a twister. Right. I keep forgetting I have that skill. Let's see. Spear stab is 15 damage. Or I should just say 10 to 19. And whirling slash is, yeah, 7 to 12. So a little bit less. Well, doesn't it even show me attack damage? Yeah, 77%. Alright, I keep forgetting to throw twisters at people.
Storm's coming.
But if I do a whirling slash and then I throw... Oh, it consumes the whirlwind. I see. Mana. Explosive, explosive. Lag, lag, whirlwind, whirlwind. Should I be using these things more? These things feel like they actually do decent damage, but they're so skinny. It's hard to actually hit what you're going for. Do they go in a straight line? Can't really tell. No, they don't. Yeah, so there's a medium chance you miss
I'm bent double.
with that. But those do decent damage according to my trials just now. What's the actual damage? Also 7 to 13? Okay. Wow, there's so many things here. Twister radius is only 0.5 meters, yeah. Yeah, exactly, they're like spark, but we would need to use a gem to get multiples.
I've collected these over time. What do you think?
I'm not using the bow yet, but we at least have one. Evasion and energy shield. I have a loose feeling that that's what I'm gonna want to be using. Because I just like having energy shield. And I'm gonna buy this.
I will treasure it.
Oh, makes sense. A plus limit support on Whirlwind to get a T4 Whirlwind? I don't know. I don't know how that works. And it's possible it could be worth it. It does more damage with every single stack. What I wasn't clear on is if it does more... like, is that a multiplicative or additive 150%?
Goodbye.
I guess it's additive. So it would only deal a third more damage than the stage 3 would. Which, I don't know if that's any good or not, but it's a thing.
to be runes in that pile. Wind's fury.
Ah!
Need a moment.
Get out! No! I'm stuck. Oh, we almost had our first death. I still can't believe we didn't die on that Devourer, like, part. There were so many times where I was just, like, inches away from death. I wasn't stun locked in that case. I guess I wasn't watching my stun meter. Maybe I was getting close. It was more just I was circle trapped.
Need more time. Need mana.
Okay, so this is where I should be shooting little twisters to take out the... I mean, if I just use this... I mean, I run out of mana really quick, so there's that. Ooh, support gem. Alright. This area is huge. Wow.
Reckon that's
What was it, time? It's time for the big boy? Alright. Sit up straight. Rust King it up. Parry, disengage, throw a boomer, triple whirlwind, disengage from that. Don't really know what I'm doing, but I know more what I'm doing than I did when I fought the last boss. Pop a potion. Can I parry that? I don't know. Maybe I could have. I didn't get there in time. See, like that, it's like, oh, I want to parry the next thing so I can get a charge. And it's like, well, nope, that's not a parryable attack. That one, I wasn't in the right spot to parry it. Yeah, parrying can, I don't know, maybe I'm not quite doing it right. It feels like the kind of thing where there's probably some build with parrying that's like ultra strong, and then it's worth your time to learn how to parry everything. But it just requires an approach that is inherently more work than not parrying. So it really needs the payoff to be super duper strong, otherwise it's just not worth it. So like even there, like he's attacking me, but wait, I moved slightly backwards, so I didn't get the parry. So yeah, I think my summary of parry is a little bit mixed. I'm mostly just whirling slash, disengage. And that's kind of all I was doing. And exploding spear. Level 3 skill gem. Ooh. All sorts of items. Alright. That spear is a lot more damage, so I'll probably switch to it. Even accounting for... I'm still confused on this holding shift thing. I swear holding shift should stay comparing things as I mouse over different items, and it's not. And that's really weirding me out, that I have to repress shift. I don't know. Just feels wrong somehow. Alright, 2 mana per enemy killed? Ooh. That might be what we want. Is there... Right, there isn't an equip button? Why did I think control click would equip it? We already looked into that. Control click sells it. Alright, might as well upgrade my bow that I'm not using. And I don't think anything else is worth anything. Oh, are we dropping frames? No, I think we were a minute ago, though.
I like to hold on to bits and pieces. Any that catch your eye.
Control click U, disenchant that stuff. Yeah, I probably, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, I probably should be selling blues instead of disenchanting them. I guess the first few transmutations are worth getting, but I'm going to be swimming in transmutation soon enough, so it won't really be necessary. Alright, new skill. Ooh, Rake, Fangs of Frost, Cull the Weak, and Lightning Spear. I do love Lightning Spear. I don't even know what it does, but I already tell you I love it.
Lightning Spear splits into many projectiles on impact and has a high chance to shock enemies, making them take more damage. If you have frenzy charges from a skill like Disengage, it will split an additional time to hit a very large number of enemies. Lightning Spear splits into many...
Okay. What's this do? Just cull enemy if their life is low enough. Okay.
Fangs of Frost stabs an enemy with an ice-tipped spear. Hitting an enemy after parrying them will cause an explosion of ice shards that are highly effective at freezing enemies.
That's pretty cool.
Fangs of Frost stabs an enemy with an ice-tipped spear. Hitting an enemy after parrying them will... Rake dashes to a target enemy and performs a wide sweep, inflicting bleeding on enemies hit. The further you dash, the more damage it deals. Bleeding enemies will take more damage if they are moving. Rake dashes to a target enemy.
Wow, that's a lot of words. Bleeding. An ailment deals physical over time, lasts 5 seconds, bypasses energy shield, does extra damage if they're moving, or if the bleeding is aggravated.
Dashes to a target enemy and performs a wide sweep, inflicting bleeding on enemies.
Aggravated counts as basically the target's moving whether they're not.
Bleeding enemies will take more damage if they are moving.
Each bleeding debuff can be aggravated or not independently.
And performs a wide sweep, inflicting bleeding on enemy.
Wow.
Rake.
And then
Rake dashes to
stay?
A target enemy and performs a wide sweep.
Bleeding
on enemies hit.
Physical damage from hits contributes to bleeding magnitude.
Bleeding enemies will take more damage if they are moving. Rake dashes to a target enemy and performs a wide sweep, inflicting bleeding on enemies hit. The further you dash, the more damage it deals.
Wait,
bleeding
what?
enemies will take more damage if they are moving.
I'm getting chance and magnitude confused. Bleeding magnitude, I assume, is how much damage the bleeding is doing.
The further you dash, the more damage it deals. Bleeding enemies will take more
it says here damage does not contribute to bleeding chance, so it cannot be inflicted without an explicit source of bleeding chance.
Wide sweep, inflicting bleeding on enemies.
The base magnitude of bleeding is physical damage per second equal to 15% of the pre-mitigation physical damage of the hit that inflicted it.
Rake dashes to a target enemy and performs a wide sweep, inflicting bleeding on enemies hit. The further you dash, the more damage it deals. Bleeding enemies will take more damage if they are moving. Rake dashes to a target enemy and
stop talking. I'm just gonna go with Rake. I've seen people talk about it. And we'll do Lightning Spear next, probably. Alright, let's do that. Put away things here. We've got another support gem. No elemental damage. What's low life? 35%. Untouchable. 25% increased evasion rating per quarter second of attack time of supported skill. For how long do you get that evasion rating, though? Hobble equal to... What's hobble? Is that just a slow? No, hobble lowers their evasion. Jeez. Huh. So many things. 100% more chance to shock. I bet that'll be good with lightning, whatever. So many options. I hope you like reading. Yeah, exactly. There's always the classic martial tempo, just more attack speed. See, and what's weird is, like, this is just a pure upside. And, like, it just means that it feels like there are two different categories, to me, of support gem. There are ones that, like, actually change the mechanics of a skill, and then there's ones like this that just like, oh, it has more area, but it costs 10% more mana, or oh, it has more attack speed. And I really kind of wish they were categorized like that, because they feel really different to me. Okay, that one, non-ailment damage over time. What even would that be? How do you deal non-ailment damage over time? I'm sure there are some skills that do it. I don't know what they are. I'll just do martial tempo because we're going to use that for something. If not, rake. Okay. So, on to the next skill point. Where are we going? Stalk and leap. Ah, so that wants you to go back and forth between projectile attacks and melee damage. This one is a flask related. That's movement speed, evasion rating, some dexterity. This one, increased parry damage. Evasion rating while parrying. What happens if you evade a... Do you just not take stun threshold damage? Because the parry blocks... Interesting. I don't know how that works. You just need to read and remember all 200 support gems. Exactly. It's easy. It's easy. I have no idea where we're going with any of this. Crippling toxins, blind duration. No, that's not bad. 25% increased damage with hits against blinded enemies. That makes Whirlwind pretty good. And build up, siphon. %40 increased projectile damage. Oh my. That's a lot of projectile damage. I'm definitely going to want that if I go with a throwing build. Evading a parry cancels the stun build up. Yeah, because it's like you weren't taking damage as it were, but... Increased accuracy, increased stun threshold while parrying. We can find out about the... Poison is an ailment, yes. The list of ailments is bleeding, ignite, chill, freeze, shock, electrocute, and poison. So yeah, that's why I was confused, is like, what the heck is non-ailment damage over time? Maybe there are some skills that just deal physical damage over time with no... It's not coming from any of those sources? I don't know. What's that? Heartstopper. %3 increased movement speed. That's always nice. Primal Sundering. Ooh. Increased area of effect for attacks. And increased elemental damage. And increased attack damage. This could be a good route if I'm going like Lightning Spear. But if I'm going Lightning Spear, we already decided I first need to get heavy ammunition, because that's just a ton more projectile damage. Let's just go with a safe option for now. Increased melee and projectile damage. How's that? Alright, I need to take a quick break, hit the restroom, get some more something to drink, and we will be right back. Also, is this the best spot for the... I actually don't know. Would I be better over here? I don't know where the best spot is for me. Because I'm in front of the skills, but, like, I don't feel like those get used that often. So, I don't know. Anyway, I'll be right back. Break time. Alright, we're back. So... let's kill some stuff with the Huntress. Hopefully less lag. Alright, we said we were gonna try a different... whatchamacallit. So let's try that. Let's try... God, what are these ping times? Minimum of 250? The heck? Is that a joke? Oh, I guess it was a joke. Alright, let's try California. I can live with 55 millisecond ping. If that's gonna give me a more stable experience. Yeah, there must have been some sort of like latency spike when I did the thing. Okay, so wait, why is my... Oh, you can... My thing was still there, but it just took me to the beginning of the Grellwood. Weird. Anyway, we did the red veil, so now we need to go back to the tree thing. Which is usually right by the entrance, yeah? No? Disengage. Rake. Alright. Trying out Rake here. Holy damage. Oh, there's our first death. I'm still in the red veil? Oh, you're right. I saw the Grellwood here on the map and I'm like, oh, we're in the Grellwood. Cool, cool, cool. I need to go kill those monsters though for my own revenge purposes. Well, guess they're not here. Oh well. Or did they spawn differently when you die? Like, does it re-roll magics and rares? I don't remember. Thought it was always the same ones. Okay, so yeah, we need to take the waypoint to the Grellwood here. Rather than just... When you die, it just respawns the whole area. For some reason, I thought it re-rolled the same magics and rares. Obviously, that's not true. Una, get in here. I've got some weird pieces of armor for you.
Only will know how to find more runes.
Wait, find more runes. Wait, what? What do you want from me? Oh, I have to go to Renly. Go to Renly, give the runes.
Here are your spikes, but I would ask. What would you like?
Must have.
Go well.
Gosh, guys, I know. Give me 3 seconds before you jump on me. Like, I'll figure it out. Or I won't. But at least give it 3 seconds. Alright. Back to the Grellwood. Right, I can't do that from here. Go back. I'm excited to see what this build feels like kind of in Act 2 and beyond. Or what this... I say this build like we have a specific build. More just like what the Huntress feels like.
You have them.
And I'm interested to see if, like, a combo melee plus range is actually viable, or if people just tend to
Those
one direction
condemned
or the
to
other.
hang from these branches are to be left until their hearts no longer beat.
Good. Now the others.
Alright.
Here's hoping I
Hit
don't
these
come to
runic
regret
seals
this.
with some slamma-jamma. Bam. And we have a friend who identifies things for us now.
He's unconscious, but he's. Goodbye.
Hooray!
Yes.
He's unconscious. Alright. Yeah, stream delay is part of the problem for sure.
The
I get
wound,
it.
Only by account. The grim time. Sorry, I was. Finn makes fun of my collection.
It is hard, like, I totally get it. Like, as a viewer, it's hard to know, like, when is a helpful comment actually helpful and when is a helpful comment backseating. I think giving it a few seconds, like, even if I'm portraying some confusion, you know, give me 10 seconds or something. If I, like, get to a point where I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm stuck, like, what do I do? Then definitely, like, you know, offering help is great. If it's just a momentary, like, I'm stuck for 2 seconds kind of thing, maybe just leave it, you know, and if it continues, then offer a comment. God, the lag is so bad. Oh my goodness. I don't know if it's because I switched to California or because I'm in town or both, but okay, I don't need to do any item selling. What do we do next? Next is traveling to Ogham Village. I still don't understand what track the spirit means. Is one just gonna show up at one point and then I can do that? And then we want to get to the Grim Tangle. So we need to go back to the Grellwood. Or no, we can just go to the Grim Tangle. Alright.
If the Fey spirits.
Oh no, she's singing. Ugh. This map, when you're into mapping, this is one of my least favorite maps. One of my least favorites. Alright. Yeah, having the quest log on the side might be a good idea. It was annoying when I was later in the game, but considering I've forgotten everything, it might be useful. I just don't like how much screen real estate it takes up. Particularly for things that, like, track the spirit, where it's like, there's nothing to do there. It'll just happen when it happens. But yeah, like, once you get to mapping, obviously, you just don't need it anymore. Okay, what is my right-click parry? Am I actually parrying anything ever? I don't even know. What's my other Q? Sends the little thingies that do no damage. Okay, there's that. They're good in a little corridor like this, I guess. Jeez, I'm taking so much damage.
The eye of the storm.
These little globules. Gotta stay out of those. But they're everywhere.
Need a moment. Back to the dirt with you.
Yeah, there is some serious difficulties being a class that, you know, wants to get into melee. Because when you're a ranged class, you can just focus on moving around and avoiding all of the damaging ground. But when you're melee class, you can't do that anymore. Like, you gotta run around the damaging ground or things like that. And so it just, or even like right here where it's like the whole corridor is damaging ground. So now I just have to not deal any damage while I wait for it to clear up, or, you know, like there's just not a lot of choices. So yeah, being melee is a lot harder. And I've seen a lot of people complain about melee with PoE 2. This is my first experience, and I'm not even a full melee character, but it's just very different gameplay for sure, being ranged versus melee. But maybe it's more fun and more powerful in some ways. Am I really taking that much damage, or do I just have no sustain? Well, are those not the same two sides of the same coin? I am taking a lot of damage. If I had more sustain, it would help me take more damage over time without dying. Yes. But I'm still at the stage of the game where I have zero control over my itemization, pretty much. Should I try a bleed? Is that the bleed? Rake? I'm not really sure. Of course, it's not moving, so bleed doesn't matter. I'm a little unclear on the maximum range of Rake as well. Oh my gosh. Wow, I barely lived on that one. Pop it. And we're gonna die. Whoa. Just got teleported. Where are you at, friend? Let's get some twisters on you. Dodge these stupid things. Explosive spears in the ground, twisters, and we don't die if we're lucky. Oh, there's a big rock. I get hit by that. Alright. That one does so much damage. His little roots. Run!
Watch your step!
I feel like I'm just not dealing very much damage, but we survived. Oof. Yikes. And mana, life per hit, per enemy hit with attacks. That's pretty good. And given it gives me 24 maximum mana, that's enough that it should help me with sustain as well. Cold damage to attacks would be pretty strong at this stage in the game, though. But I think life per enemy hit with attacks is going to be good. Oh, ice just popped in the drink. The problem is, like, what is an attack? Like, when the lightning spear explodes, is that an attack? You know, like, if an enemy gets touched by that whirlwind, is that an attack? Is that a spell? I don't feel like I have a great grasp on what exactly triggers all that. Get out of here. Does it tell me in here? God, these guys deal so much poison damage. Like, how do you know if it's an attack or a spell? So, because it says attack damage, then that makes it an attack. Like in this part right here. I'm trying to remember what my other... I don't have anything to compare it to is part of the problem. I don't remember, like, what... Under the name, it says attack or spell. Oh, am I just blind? Oh, you're right. It says attack right there. Thank you. But then I guess what I still don't totally understand is, are all of the sub parts of those attacks also attacks? Like the explosion of the lightning spear, does that count as an attack? You know, like, is every single part of it an attack? Yes, the whole thing is an attack. Okay. But what about the bleeding damage? I assume that's not an attack, because that's an ailment, and that won't trigger my on-attack things. Ooh, fire tornadoes because of the enemy's fire. There we go. That's the strat. Well, I assume the rake damage is an attack, but I doubt the bleeding. The bleeding damage isn't going to trigger on attack stuff. Like when they take bleeding damage as they walk. Like that's, because that's a different thing. That's a damage over time debuff. Or ailment, I guess it's called. Ow. Sheesh. We are probably gonna get cornered and die. Maybe we'll be okay, maybe not.
Need a moment.
I'd like to go this way, please.
That were almost
Hey.
a challenge.
These little poison pools are so invisible to me. Like, it's fine if you're on open ground, but when there's all these roots and stuff, like, the ground is so busy visually. I know they've made improvements on this, and I trust that they will keep making some more improvements with visibility, because I know a lot of other people have pretty much the exact same complaint of just, like, a lot of stuff in PoE is kind of an invisible thing that kills you. Alright, maximum life, stun threshold. Is that better? Probably, because I can heal more with flasks. Alright. Oh, Una moved on me.
These are just another for my collection. Thank you. Bye.
Alright, we got a support gem. So Rake, we already have attack speed. Is that even that good? Inflicts bleeding on hit. Is there a way I can make the bleeding do more damage? Bleed. Okay. Cannot cause bleeding, that would be bad. None of these really do anything for that. What about explosive spear? Doing something. Attack damage will affect bleed caused by attacks. Yes, that part I understand. Because the magnitude of the bleed is based on the damage you're dealing. So that part makes sense. I mean, fire infusion seems reasonable. More ignition chance seems reasonable. Let's just deal more fire damage. That feels like a good idea. I might do the more area of effect one, I don't know. Okay, where are we going? We're just proceeding through the Grim Tangle. Hey, we found our friend.
Oh, yeah.
Back to the dirt with ya!
Not all who wander find welcome.
The eye of the storm. Hold on.
All right. Let's keep going. I don't remember what's next. What level are we? Level 7? So we're still a little ways away from Geonor. Geonor and friend. Alright. Cemetery of the Eternals. Oh yeah, this guy with the giant. Yeah, we gotta go to the 2 different tombs, and then we gotta go fight the guy in the middle. Yeah, Lockland. Yeah.
What is it?
You ask for help, and then you try to kill me. What a jerk.
Wait!
Yikes. There's a rare somewhere in here. There he is.
Wait! Need a moment.
Come on, hit me. Oh, that was a slam. Goodness. Oh, right into the frost. Ooh, that was a well-timed level up. Totally planned that, by the way.
A worthy foe.
An amulet is nice. Woo! What a fight. To be fair, like I like that these fights aren't just, you know, steamroll through enemies, immediate win. Especially at this stage of the game. I do like getting to a little bit more of that though, with
I like
maps
to
and
hold on to
stuff.
bits and pieces. Any that catch your eye?
Alright, what do we got? Mana regen and intelligence. And does intelligence also give me mana? Yeah. So that's 28 mana. And mana regen. Nice. I won't have as many mana problems anymore. And I think I can just sell everything
Stay safe,
else.
if you can. These are just another for my collection. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, I still don't have the ability to like I don't have the anvil thing, right? Where to turn the items with like higher quality or sockets into anything special. I don't think I can do that yet.
Trust me.
Random spear. Should I do it? Yeah, we should do it. Hey, is it better? I think it's better. It's kind of the same. Actually looking at it, it's the same physical damage, but slightly increased critical hit chance.
Remember us when you're famous, eh?
Sorry, these are just some odds and ends.
True, I could
It's
stash
still
I
safe.
could stash the items. Okay, increased melee damage if you've dealt a projectile attack hit in the past 8 seconds. 8 seconds. That's a long time. I feel like I am, at least for now, mixing and matching my attacks enough that that will be useful. And 30% is a lot. So that's no joke. And I'm getting Whirlwind Slash is a melee, and then Explosive Spear is a projectile. And I'm using those a lot. And projectile, or Twister's also a projectile, and Rake. So I think I'm going back and forth enough that that's useful. Wow, that was a lot of damage. Oh, and my disengage is also a melee attack. So even if I'm just doing that and then disengaging, that's increasing the damage of my explosive spears. So that's something. Yeah, it rolled the most heinous of all spears, which is literally the pointy stick, but the extra damage brought it back to being just as good as one with an actual piece of metal on the end of it. Okay, I need to be doing Rake to put bleed on these guys, because that deals a good amount of damage. Been watching a lot of Huntress gameplay, still not sold on the parry mechanic. Yeah, I was talking about parry a little bit ago. It's just a form of gameplay in general for an ARPG that I think doesn't work on multiple levels. So I'm also not sold on the parry mechanic. It's just really hard to make it work in a way that's going to be fun for the player because it's not in your control. And in most games, any form of passivity is not gonna, or in most ARPGs, skills that require you to be passive, like, oh, you get more damage if you stand in this one spot, or, oh, if enemies hit you 5 times, then you get this bonus. Like, those just tend to be bad. And it's because you don't have control of the situation. And parrying requires a very specific type of enemy attack mixed with you being positioned perfectly to get hit by an enemy attack to just get a bonus that so far has seemed fairly mediocre. Like, if I would get 3 frenzy charges, you know, it might be worth like chilling for a second to get a parry in, you know, like, okay, I got my parry, then I'll do my disengage, and now I have 3 frenzy charges, and then I can go do a bunch of good stuff with that. So there is some level of like, if they balance it right, I think it can work. Whether it's fun or not is a different question. I still think it kind of sucks that like you can be parrying and like an enemy will just whiff and you won't get your parry because you were like, you walked 2 inches to the side. Because it's this weird situation where you're like, I actually want enemies to be better at hitting me. Like, I want my hitbox to be larger. But that's not normally what you want, so there's just some weirdnesses with parrying. What am I doing? I need to put Rake on you, and then disengage, and then throw some spears. Yeah, don't walk 2 inches to the side then. But again, it's like that goes against all of your muscle memory. Because you want to be always walking 2 inches to the side, so that you are avoiding random attacks that these skeletons are attacking you with. So just literally, like, stopping and waiting to get hit, it's just such a weird pacing. Like, it's not, you want the game to be this like, oh yeah, we're like fast paced, we're running around, we're doing things, and then I sit there and wait, okay, there, the skeleton attacked me, now I can keep playing. It's just a weird, like, it almost pauses the game for that moment. like I said, there's some level of balancing where it can probably work out. I don't think it's super fun so far to parry. Like, it's not like, oh yeah, this feels good to like sit here and wait for an attack and then I can do my things. And I said this earlier in the stream, but the game is just too fast-paced for it to work like Dark Souls. Like, there's just too many enemies and you're dealing with too much at once, and the goal of the game is for it to be too fast-paced that like, oh, you can just focus on one enemy and wait until he does a certain kind of attack and then parry it. That's just not the kind of game that ARPGs are, and that'll never work. So yeah, there's a bit of weirdness with it. I almost feel like parry being some sort of passive mechanic that you can like do something with, but having it be like an active, I have to be doing this instead of doing anything else and then wait for an enemy to hit me at melee range. There's just it's a lot of steps to accomplish a parry. But you don't have to use the parry mechanic, so that's good. Well, and Aloy, I would argue that that's a problem if the mechanic,
Need more time.
like if it's a core mechanic of how your build works, it shouldn't totally fail on certain kinds of mobs.
Need a moment.
You know what I mean? Because like even with ranged enemies, you can parry if you get up close to them, so that works. I'm more getting at just like the way that you move around in this game is always to not get hit, and like what you want is to be able to throw up your parry shield, have it soak up an attack that's in your radius but might have actually missed you. I think the problem is it's like, I think when you're parrying, the hitbox should actually get larger somehow or something. So that, because your whole goal when you're parrying is to soak up a hit. And enemies, despite how much people like to complain about enemies are fast and they just stun lock you and hit you, if you're just constantly moving in this game, stuff doesn't hit you that quick. You know, it's like I want to be able to get hit by an enemy consistently with parry, and that's not been my experience so far. Yeah, different areas have different monsters. Sometimes there are enemies that are faster that are going to be always hitting into your parry. But again, it's like that's not every zone, that's not every enemy. So I think it depends a little bit on what they're going for. Like, do they want parry to feel like something you just do once in a while when it's a good time to parry an attack? Or do they want parry to be a core part of a build that is part of your rotation? And I think if they want it to be part of your rotation, they need to make some changes to it. Hey, here's the wisp.
Spirit is near. Stay on it.
Submit! Hold on!
So am I allowed to like fight? Okay, there. We finally triggered it. Oh god. Hold on. Let's not die.
Need a moment.
Yeah, exactly. Not to mention that later in the game, yeah, you might just get one shot trying to parry something. So it's just it's a weird, like, massive amount of risk, weird pacing. It just feels like an odd choice overall. So yeah, I'm not totally convinced that parry is great. I don't know what he's getting stuck on, but I don't mind. Oh, he's fighting with the other guy. My friend Delwyn. All right.
You still got the knack for this.
Cool.
I'm bent double as is.
I see now the power. Those forbidden. These wisps. Follow him, Lord. Aye, watch yourself, traveler.
So, what did that do for us?
I'll not
Nothing?
make the journey home like that.
I don't really know. Where's our hooded friend? Is he not awake yet? I think he's not awake yet.
Hello. I've collected these over time. What do you think?
Alright, what do we got? Nothing. Ooh, 6 life per enemy killed. Is that better than 2 life per enemy hit with attacks? I don't think so. I don't actually know. What's my evasion right now? 39%. Oh, it's just a more loot thing. I see. Oh, 1 to 4 physical damage to attacks, 10 to mana. Heck yes. Sign me up.
I've collected these. Another for my collection. Thank you.
All right, what do we got? Support gem on Whirling Slash. What is pinning? Huh. None of these feel like they do anything. Concentrated effect could be good. Potentially. I don't really know. Oh, that's all the level 2s. Wasn't Hourglass just more damage? No, 10 seconds to cooldown. I wish it was just more damage. What about Twister? Maybe we can do something cool with Twister. Yeah, I mean, Scattershot's fun. Can I not Scattershot with Explosive Spear? Why can I not Scattershot with Explosive Spear? Yeah, JB, I never played PoE 1, so I don't really know how the shot mechanic worked. Oh, limit 1 lodged... Well, 1 lodged spear. But that's different than extra project. You would expect it still to work, and it would maybe shoot 3 spears, but only 1 of them would get lodged. But then overabundance would give you 2. Projectile count cannot be modified. Ah, good point. Then you wouldn't expect it to work. Forget what I said. Alright, we'll Scattershot Twister, I think. And then... Do I care about accuracy rating yet? Or am I still hitting everything? We're still pretty much hitting everything. I feel like just going down the damage train is good. Yeah, the move speed one is definitely an option. I'll probably get to that. It's only 4% though, which is definitely something, but it's not anything crazy. I really miss having the thing that makes the bombs explode faster. That's what I would like, but the duration doesn't affect the bomb explosion time. Oh yeah, this fight. Well, I don't know which one. Yeah, the lady. I think the lady's the trickier one. Asina, the Praetor's consort. And break. Do that. I like that when I trigger Rake, even if she goes and teleports, I still end up getting, like, the Rake still goes towards her new teleported location. Hey, the Lady Echo. You're not the tricky one? Alright. I think we're doing just fine here. Oh. Look out of the screen. Bad idea. Nice.
Even your witchcraft couldn't save you.
Hugs and feeds are pretty good things. Who needs more?
Make the journey home like that.
It's all anybody wants in life. Jeez, those guys do a lot of damage. Hey. Get out of here.
Wait,
Die. Jeez.
I've enough
All right.
already.
More items. You can lower it? I thought it literally said you can't. Well, I guess detonation time, there might be a skill gem that affects detonation time directly. My point is that with Frost Bomb, I had used the duration modifiers to make it better with my other wizard, but Frost Bomb didn't use detonation time. But I'm guessing there is a support gem, which I don't have any more to mess with, that deals with detonation time. You're allowed to talk about stuff. I don't know if I want just like straight up like, hey, you should use these 2 support gems, but I don't mind if people point out like, oh, there is one that does this, and then I can decide if I want to use that or not. But if it's that sort of thing, I don't mind some information. What am I doing? Identify. Probably just...
If you can.
I think we're already getting close to the point where I'm going to... Wait, where's the... Oh, this one. Like, I don't even know. We're gonna get so many of these. I don't even know if I should be... I should probably be selling my magics, is what I'm trying to say.
These are just some odds and ends. Another for my collection.
But
Thank you.
maybe not.
Sorry, I was just...
Okay, one more. I'll disenchant one more magic and then we'll stop doing it. And then I don't have enough gold to do anything, so we'll go back here. Does this have a teleport to beginning thing? Yes, it does. Good, good, good.
Back off!
Yeah, back off. Come get me. That bleed does a decent amount of damage. What I'm confused about is what happens when you apply another bleed. Does it just always delete the old one and apply the new one? What is that fiery effect? Oh, that might have been Ignite. I bet that was Ignite. Okay, so what am I doing? I'm searching for Draven. Is that the guy by the waypoint, or is that the other tomb? Yeah, some bleeds can stack. Only the highest deals damage, but they all stay on. Oh, interesting. So, because each one lasts like 4 seconds or whatever. So if you applied a bleed that did, let's say, 10 damage per second, and then you applied another bleed that did 15, the one that is dealing 15 would then take over. But then if you applied one that dealt 10 again, the 15 one would keep dealing 15 until it expires, and then the 10 one will take over for like 2 more seconds. That's how I'm understanding that. Ooh, a yellow chest. Don't mind if I do. Just put myself in a corner here. Oh look, I picked up 4 items. Now my inventory is full again. Ugh. Really not a fan of the inventory size in this game. I realize that the goal is to like make it so that you don't pick up everything, you know, at some point. I just feel like it's a little tuned too much in that direction.
I've collected these over time.
Let's see. Identify. Okay, we said we were gonna disenchant 1 more. And now I'm done disenchanting. Okay.
I will treasure it.
And what do we got? Iron Rune? Well, I don't have any sockets yet, I don't think. But some life regen. Ooh, what's better? I think I'll go with the life regen. It's a decent amount of life.
Stay safe.
And
Stay safe if you can.
I mean, I probably am never going to use that amulet, so I'll just sell it. No! Alt click.
These are just
Sell.
another for my collection. Thank you.
And an armorer's scrap? We're rich!
Sorry, I was just. Please, take your.
I'm like
Bye.
forgetting how to play this game so hard right now. Alright. I want those to go in there. Can you be also for runes? Maybe not. And where did my doodads go? I want those to still be in my inventory. Okay, and then a new random modifier. Oh, target is not magic. That's just the default. There we go. There we go. 2 things I didn't need. I mean, I'll take fire resistance. That's fine, I guess. +4 to all attributes isn't bad. That's some mana. And what does strength do? Some more life. Okay, sweet. Yeah, dexterity's kind of the odd one out because it only does anything for people that actually attack. Rune affinity. What is? Oh, affinity is the right. The stash thing. Yeah, I thought I had seen that in the patch notes. That's why I was looking for it. It's just not in yet.
Bring it on.
Yeah, it would just be nice if you could add it to the currency tab in general. I just wish runes were currency. I'm just gonna say that. I think that's what I would prefer.
Yeah, need more time.
Ho ho ho! Skill gem level 3, baby. All right. Boom, boom, boom. You're dead. You're already dead. That is a pretty good AoE on the spear. Yeah, the problem is there are a lot of rune types, so I get that. It would almost be like Maybe there'd be like a little separate category at the bottom with, I don't know. I don't know how they would sort it. But okay, isn't there not a rune tab though? Like if you're not gonna have it in the currency tab, at least give us a tab for runes specifically that sorts them all and keeps them organized. I just care about the organization of it. I don't really care which tab it goes in. Because there isn't a rune tab, right?
Need more time.
Alright, ooh, a strong box.
Watch your step.
Let's go, baby.
Fingers crossed. Looks on the
Need
side.
good stuff. What the heck is that? That's a new one. Ain't never seen that before.
Moment.
Let's not. Wow, that was close. I didn't mean to run into that. Rune tab is coming soon, TM. Yeah, everything is coming soon, TM. Alright, yeah, we're pretty close to getting to the point where we don't pick up normal items anymore. In fact, I might already be there. Because I'm just tired of going back to town to sell something worth 8 gold. There's no point. I am still missing another ring, though. I would take another white ring. I'm ready for my unidentification master.
I've collected these over time. What do you think?
Alt click. That's pretty good. +2 to level of all projectile skills. Imagine starting with that. Okay, so I need a tab for... Those are my selling tabs. I want a stash tab for other classes. We'll call it number 4 for now. Stuff for when I level up another class someday. Which, will that day ever come?
Jeez.
Who knows?
It's beautiful.
By the time I level up another class, it might be the next league. But you never know. And yes, it's very possible I'm still losing money on the IDing. It switches over sooner rather than later, I think, though. Let's see. Do I want lightning spear, or do I want to level up explosives? I mean, I already know the answer to that question. Ignore me. I already know. Let's put that on F. Or maybe that should be on left click. I'm never melee attacking with my spear. Everything costs mana though, but if I'm out of mana, I should just run away for a minute. Maybe my left click should be lightning spear. Okay, so we're still looking for the other tomb. Haven't managed to find yet.
You defeat. Find Draven.
Yeah. Find the other key.
You're mine. Straight through the air.
Well, I'm a fan of that. Ooh, what dropped? Another skill gem. Ho ho ho. Alright. Call the weak. AoE melee. Dash to an enemy and run them through. Interesting. That feels like something I might actually use to gain frenzy charges. Potentially. Dexterity also adds evasion? Wait, what? Sorry, I don't think it does. Whoever said that. Duncan. I don't think it does, based on what we read. But yeah, as far as keeping certain white items, I think that only applies at higher levels. I don't think low-level white items have any value, unless I've missed something with that. Okay. So Cull the Weak is for when enemies are low, then I can get Frenzy charges. Interesting. And then I have cool stuff like that going on. Does not deal very much single target damage. Yeah, if anything has quality, yes, it is worth uncrafting. That much is true. I don't have the loot filter on to help me with all that, though. The blue flame thing? Oh, enemies have an indicator when you can call them. That's helpful. What am I looking for? I'm looking for lightning spear damage. 15 to 31. Rake only deals 7 to 15, but it does a bleed as if it's double that. The explosion here. 31. Okay. I love cosplaying as Link, breaking all the urns, looking for rupees. Where are all the enemies? Such a weird... And this thing attacks so slow. Or at least it feels like it does. It's just a really long delay. Attack speed, 60% of base, yeah. The lag has certainly gotten a lot better. It hasn't disappeared, but it's better than it was when I was complaining about it earlier. So I think California's been a little bit better. Still need to get used to all my hotkeys. I don't know what I'm doing here. Bleed, get away, throw lightning at you. I don't know when to use Whirlwind Strike anymore. I mean, I'm at the point where like there's too many spells to use all of them. And I have to start figuring out what a optimal rotation is. So what is that symbol up in the top right? I can't tell what that one is. It means he's resistant to something, but I can't tell what he's resistant to.
That was almost a challenge.
All right, where is the zone that we need?
Watch your step. Wait.
Oh. These explosive spears are dope. drop your shield for a minute here. Oh, I just noticed that one spear detonates the other one. So it's not like throwing two in a row, it doesn't go boom boom, it just goes boom if they're close enough together.
Exiled, but unbroken.
Alright, not here. No chest over there either. Uncut skill gem. Well, because we're using explosive spear so much, this will give it a lot more damage. Yeah, a lot more damage. 135 to 163. One more mana cost, but that shouldn't be a problem. I guess we go up here.
Vitality.
No, not there. Maybe in this way? Maybe in this way? Yep, there it is. Alright, Draven. Let's get it on.
You will have eternity to regret your intrusion here. Rend your soul.
Need more time.
Spirits are mine. I will end your meaningless life.
Ah!
Rend your
Go away.
soul. Your soul is mine.
Alright. Spear, spear, lightning spear. Get a melee bleed in there once in a while so I maintain the extra 30% damage. Try not to die from all this area effect garbage. Okay, I don't feel like I was in the area of that, but apparently I was.
Rend your soul. Will never surrender. Your intrusion. Asinia, join me. Your meaningless life ends now.
Whoa.
Be punished.
Whoa. That was all
Meaningless
close.
life ends now.
Oh, and there's the lag. Jeez, bad timing on that.
My beloved Asinia.
Uh,
Soul is mine.
okay, let's not die. I mean, the sound cutting out, that's just, like, this is unacceptable. Come on. This is a AAA game from Triple G Games. Like, it's like, come on, man. You should play better than this.
Asinia.
Oh, there's a little side sweep that okay. Alright, well, we did it. Whew.
We as Mary are
A little
all
stressful.
still eternal.
But we did it.
I'll not make the journey home like that.
Yeah, I wonder why the lag gets worse in certain areas or at certain times. It feels... like, in other games that I've played, you know, the server lag is completely independent from, like, the gameplay. But that hasn't been the case in Path of Exile 2. And that's always confused me a little bit.
I've collected these over time. What do you think?
Alright, that gained me 20 money. We're gaining close to 25 for oh, that one went down in value when I identified it. That's always a reasonable thing to happen. I do think on average I gained money from identifying these. This
There's a time and a
it's hard
place.
because armor isn't what we're building. But Having a socket seems good. Okay, cold damage plus life per enemy hit. I'm in for that. 1 to 2 damage is still quite a bit. And what's this? Everything but movement speed, so I'm not going to use you. Movement speed is king. Alright, and then we sell everything. I'm still not sure about the Regal shards. It's just so many. I mean, it's so many things. 10 items for 1 Regal orb is just like, you don't get very many at all from doing that. I don't think it's worth it.
Please.
I think the money's better.
Oh, I like this one.
Yeah, 3 resistances aren't bad. You're not wrong about that, but I went with the movement speed, and I have no regrets. Guess I'll go with that one.
Keep it full.
And that one. All right. Another skill point. I mean, more melee projectile damage. It's just an easy win, I feel like. All right, now we are on to fight the big baddie. You know, Dave, you cursed it. You just talked about the lag not being bad, and I feel like it's gotten worse since you said that.
At last, it's open! Praise the first one!
I do remember this area in specific being a problem
What is this?
in Season 1 as well. I don't know what's up with this area.
Isabel, Torkel, Callum, the family of Count Lachlan of Olgam. My family! This doesn't make any
But yeah, the
sense.
audio problems with the lag, that's new.
Those
Even when I
bastard
had
Eternals.
latency going on
I must
last
make
league,
them pay.
it didn't mess with the
I
audio
must
of the
make
game.
them
It wasn't like clipping out the audio. Oh, that hurt. Alright. Oh gosh. I've forgotten how to play.
Bleed out!
Get a bleed on you. Get a shock. Ouch. Ah!
Need a moment.
Wow, I thought I was far enough away to not get hit by that. That is not the case. Oh man. Okay. What am I doing? Do that? Not fast enough. Well, I stood right in the way of that one. That one's on me.
Hold on.
Oh, now we get a stun?
I need a moment to prepare.
I feel like I always stun enemies right when, like, I'm not ready to take advantage of it. It's like, wait, no. Bad timing. Get stunned later. No! Oh, jeez, that was close. Oh, that was close, too. Alright, we're out of life flask, so... Gotta play it tight from here. Okay. Yeesh. Woof.
Rest now. You're with your kin at last.
Oh, you guys think it's actually like they changed what it does when you hit lag? Maybe. It's still... The way that it happens, though, is really jarring. And it wasn't happening in the last league, so I don't know what that means, but... Oh, hey, I forgot about this whole thing. That's way more fun, having extra projectiles. Yeah, that was a close one, but we made it. Alright, let's check out the town. Is now when we finally get the hooded guy? The hooded one to identify our stuff? Sorry, 1 second. My person is at a coffee place and they're offering to get me a coffee, so I say yes.
Will you pay them a visit? I used to be a mod. Feeling lucky?
That's pretty strong, but I need level 11. This is just strictly better. Wait, what's block chance? Is that independent from blocking? This game is so confusing. Is that just like you randomly just don't take... Is that kind of like evading, essentially? I assume that's a passive thing. Yeah. You trust no one with your coffee. Oh, man. Well, you're missing out on some good coffee. 20% chance to maim on hit. Okay. What's that? Slower movement speed, reduced evasion rating. Okay. I mean, it just does more damage, so it's an easy change, right? 10 to 18, and yeah. 28 versus 20? Yeah, that's a huge boost. That's like 50% more damage. I don't think that's better. Alright, I think I'm happy with all this. That's probably better. I'm not really doing anything with the bow, so I don't know the point of that, but whatever.
You found the ring.
Ah, yes. Come back and identify my items. If I AUG it, I've got a reasonable chance to hit a plus damage mod too.
These are just some odds and ends.
I'll act like I understand what you're saying. And I don't have a charm yet, so I might as well buy one.
May it serve you well.
That one has 2, so I think I'll probably
This sea.
Yes.
So if we are to
hang on to it.
Yes.
Put it in page 3 here. No, sorry. I do know augmentation means augmentation orb. I'm just talking about like, oh, you know, open prefix versus suffix and all that. Is that... How do you know that? Hey, you're right. 62% damage too. Wow. And see, right there, that one change is going to massively change what the next hour feels like for me. Like, that extra 62% damage, if that had rolled something else, we would be having a very different experience. Oh, right. No. Okay, sorry. I do understand that. I wasn't thinking about it, but yeah. You can tell the suffixes and prefixes by literally the name itself. Yes, that makes sense. I was thinking like by looking down at the bottom here, and I was confused on that part.
If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Well, we got lucky with that roll, because now I think we're gonna deal a lot of damage to stuff. So where do we go next? So we did all that. We did that. There's something else in the mausoleum. The ancient ruin. That's not something that really matters. They're just treasure chests. So then I'm also, I don't know, this is such a nitpicky thing. I just don't love the two layers, the overground and underground on the map view. It's more like immersive lore-wise, but I think it just ends up making the whole thing harder to put together. I don't know. It's not a big deal. All right, I think we've done everything there's to do is what I'm getting at. That's actually important. So we'll move on to the hunting grounds then. Yeah, the 62% damage on a better base item in the first place. Also, how does holding Alt tell me, Dave? I'm holding Alt, but that doesn't show me what's a prefix or suffix. Unless I'm missing it. It says right there. Where? Oh my god, it's in like tiny faded letters. Oh wow, okay, I see it now. Jeez. That's so, I literally didn't even see those popping up. They're so faint. But yeah, okay, there it is. Cool. Good to know. I don't think I ever would have seen that. Wow, there's a lot of enemies right here. Wait, that's cool. The projectile, if you hit a wall behind something, the projectiles still come out to hit something. That's cool. Yeah, I do sort of understand the tiering of the stuff. There's I linked it in the Path of Exile channel in the Discord. There's a mod I'll probably get that displays like an item's rolls, and you can see like how high the tier is relative to how many tiers there are and stuff, so you can kind of tell if an item actually rolled really well or not. I think that'll be really helpful for me when I start doing mapping and stuff. What the actual... Did you guys see that? That was the craziest... I was curious if I could jump over that wall, and instead I jumped around the wall. That was not what I was expecting. That was nuts. All right. Bleed you. Uncut support gem? Yes, please.
Need a moment.
Ah, excuse me. And can you guys remind me the difference between silver? Red means they're weak to that type of damage, so I should go for fire damage here. And then silver means they resisted a little bit, and then gold means they resisted a lot? Is that how that all works? Something I think like that. Level 11 is coming very soon. What's this? 1 to 10 lightning damage, armor, 10 to lightning resistance. I don't know if I'm quite ready to add armor runes for resistances, because we don't get them back. I know you can replace them, but at this point it's the runes that I don't have enough of. I know that will change soon.
Watch your step.
Alright, where are we going? Just wherever. Exploring, I guess. I feel like I have to go explore this. If we don't, we're gonna regret it. But it's probably nothing. Must have been the wind. Oh no. Okay, sorry. Texting and streaming. I am not feeling like the pacing is awful. So I don't know if it was the changes they made to Monster Health or what, but I seem to be doing just fine. Maybe I'll change my tune when we get to a later tier or the maps, or later act, I mean. Yeah, sorry, Aloy, give you a fright. All right. There's a checkpoint. There's the farmlands. Let's go get our waypoint. Oh man, my shoulder is not okay. I was looking forward to the pain. Yeah, I bet you were. What's this? Ritual altar?
Bad energy about that. I should ask Finn what's what.
Uh-oh.
Need more time.
Get out.
A worthy goal.
I am starting to run out of mana.
There it is. Let's move.
Now there's a wisp? Of all times? Well, there was an item back there, but I can't grab it. I'm not a fan of these mechanics where you have to chase crap around, and it's just not my jam. I don't even see where it went. Or was that it? Did we do it? Or did it disappear? I don't even know. Also, Alor, I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe you can Google it and find out. Because, yeah, it is a big difference. I'm guessing it's a snapshot, though. I'm guessing things that damage enemies based on, like, a delayed, like, bombs from the mercenary. The mercenary would need to know even more so, because they're constantly shooting, like, grenades and stuff. So it's like, yeah, is it going off of the damage that you had when you launched when you spawned the thing, or when it ends up exploding? And I would guess it's when you spawn it, not when it explodes. But it could go both ways. Cull it? I forgot about culling the weak. Maybe, since I never parry, we put cull the weak on right click. I'm not parrying at all anymore, so maybe we switch that over. What is Freythorn? I do not remember Freythorn. Oh, this is Freythorn. Oh god, the worst map of all the maps. Good lord. Okay, is that everywhere we need to get map-wise from the hunting grounds? Yes. No, I still need to do the ritual altar, and I need to go find the crowbell. Oh, I like the crow bell. It's a fun enemy. It's a crow with a bell. What's not to love? The ritual altar is like way back here though. Okay, yeah, culling the weak is something I should be doing more often. Do that. Explosive, pull the weak, shoot, lightning. Everybody's dead. Okay, that was easy.
Good luck, hero. For now, I'm
Level
gonna get
4 skill gem.
Double as is.
Gothic quarterstaff. Go visit hometown. And then identify. Oh wait, control click.
Whatever it takes.
Why look? Take a pan.
All right, what do we got?
No deal.
Sell. That's definitely worse. Actually, what's my evasion up to? It is 41%. That's a decent chance to dodge stuff.
Care to take a look at my feeling lucky? I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it, but cheers.
I hate that. Wait, did I want to sell that? I'd rather have the life recovery.
Hey, not bad.
Alright, anyway, what do I hate? I hate that evasion, so it really depends on the balancing, but evasion is meant to be a protection mechanic, but the problem is if enemies can one-shot you or come close to one-shotting you, evasion really sucks compared to something like energy shield or armor, which just reduces damage in a flat, percentage way. Because evasion is the riskiest one, right? You might have an 80% evasion chance, but an enemy can still hit you twice in a row and kill you in those 2 hits. And that's the sort of thing where, like, you'd much prefer just having 80% damage reduction, even though 80% evasion on average is the same thing. So I always, just in general in games, I don't build for evasion because of that. But
What have we got?
on average, it is the same as damage reduction. So if it's a game that isn't tuned to one-shot you, but a lot of enemies are hitting you in small ways over time, then evasion is going to help sustain and help prevent you from, getting whatever. Anyway, what am I doing? I think I'm just doing gems. So let's stash these guys. And then we've got a 3 and a 4 and 2 support gems. Alright, so for the 3, I guess we do disengage. And that'll do more damage. And then for the 4, Culling Strike kind of doesn't matter, the level, because all it does is deal more damage. But the culling is determined before the damage of the hit. So this dealing more damage is not even really helpful. I mean, it helps slightly because if you end up not culling the enemy, but yeah, I don't think that one's that good. Rake, dealing more damage is pretty helpful because it's more bleed, and Lightning Spear dealing more damage, obviously more helpful. All of these are helpful to upgrade at this point. Whirling Slash I haven't been using. Exactly. That's why, yeah, that was the downside. I didn't mention it, but yeah. If there wasn't a more mana cost, you might as well do it eventually. But at this point, with more mana, it's actually actively bad. Which is a reason that a lot of players have been asking for the ability to downgrade gems for that particular reason. And I hope at some point they do that. I don't think so, Aelor. It doesn't say anything about that. It grants you a frenzy charge if the attack kills at least one enemy, but that's it. The attack itself is an AoE attack, so in that sense, having it deal a little more damage is nice, but I'll just do Lightning Spear for now.
Lightning Spear splits into many projectiles on him.
And then support gem-wise... Attacks gain 35% damage as lightning damage for 5 seconds on killing a shocked enemy. That's pretty good. See, and like this one has no downside. It's not making it cost 20% more mana or something. So I don't totally understand. Lightning Infusion. Supported attacks gain 25% of damage. What does it mean when it says of damage? Of what damage? Of my total damage? Of my physical damage only? It only scales with modifiers to the new type. That makes sense. But is it... Because it just says of damage. So like if I had a staff that dealt an extra 10 cold damage, would that also gain me... Would that count for this? Obviously they would also deal less cold damage on the cold damage part, but would the 10 added cold damage gain me more lightning damage for this part? I think it would. I'm not sure. Increased shock duration, less chance to shock. But what even is the chance to shock? A hit has a 1% chance to shock for every 4% of the target's ailment threshold dealt. Okay. But increased shock duration would be nice too. But I think Innervate is the one we want to go with here. Plus base damage would be included, but plus 25% fire from the fire equivalent wouldn't be. I don't know if I was totally tracking with that. Alright, where are we going? Where do we come from? Where do we go? Where do we come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Projectiles have a 25% chance to fork. Seems pretty nice. There's still this movement speed one over there. I guess I could take this path. But I'm not ever parrying, so no, that sucks. What would it look like to take this path? Stun threshold while on full life. That's kind of pointless. That's only good if you have energy shield. Otherwise, that's pretty much always off. Elemental ailment threshold is kind of nice. Means I catch on fire and get frozen less. It's not that good. I don't know, maybe we'll just make our flasks better. Or I could go this route and get my 4% movement speed on top of that 4% movement speed. 1, 2, 3, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's actually less points even to start there. Okay. I'll just do it that way for now. And we have one more support gem. Right. Explosive spears done. Lightning spear. Oh, am I even shocking things? Yeah, we've been shocking things. Especially if I do this. Now we're gonna shock the heck out of stuff. Alright, so there's one more thing, which is the crow bell. For whom the crow bells.
Heart of the storm.
Now we're like two-shotting these things. Alright, is this where the crow bell is? Nope, just more area. Where are you at, dude? Ah, here we are. This is where the crow bell is. Alright, do that, do that, do that, do that. Boom, boom, boom.
I need a moment to prepare.
You're already running away? Dude, come on, fight me. Fight me!
Need a moment.
Ouch. Where's that minus 15% coming from? No idea. Our mana is not good right now. I'll make you bleed while you run. Yeah, but what do I have maim from again? I don't remember half my stuff.
Need more time.
Dang, you got wrecked,
No
dude.
beast alive can best me.
Didn't even try. And I'll take 2 more passive points, thank you. More evasion and movement speed. What's my evasion up to? 47%. Not bad. Alright, now we're done with this zone. And I can use my waypoints. If I had had that 8% movement speed. We're getting there. The funny part is he's kind of invincible anyway, so I don't know how much it matters. No.
Why look?
I want to sell
it's-
crap.
None of it's just sure. I'll take it off your hands.
There we go. Alright, now what? Now it's kind of up for debate what to do. I guess I level up my twister for when I use it. I haven't really been using it though. Nor have I been using Whirling Slash. I basically just rake, disengage, and then ranged stuff. So I do twister. I should probably use the twister more. No, I haven't tried the frost one yet. I have too many melee things already, so I figured why do that. Alright, to the Fraythorn. And I need to take a quick break, actually. So I will hit the restroom real quick, and then we'll probably keep playing for a little bit. I don't think I'm going to play all day, but I might like it more. Blasphemy. Maybe. I don't know, maybe I'll try it. I like lightning. The other thing is, like, it's a melee. I like the rake because it moves me towards enemies, and then the disengage moves me away. And then that puts me in a really good spot to use ranged stuff.
I need a moment to prepare.
And the Call of the Week also runs me towards enemies. So, anyway, okay. I will be right back. I'm gonna not die while we wait. We're back. Can you make a recommendation? Sure. Hit me. If I don't like it, then I won't do it. But yeah, what's the recommendation? Alright.
Go make a legend or
Build towards Rake. Yeah, I mean,
Anything take your fancy?
I definitely have read that it's pretty strong as well. That doesn't mean I'll build towards it though. I'm kind of a hipster about the meta sometimes. Let's see if there's anything really good here. That's pretty good. All melee skills. So Rake, Disengage, Call of the Week, Whirling Slash. Technically Spear Stab even, though I don't use it.
How's the clearing?
I play Lightning Spear Amazon. Is that also the meta? And 20 mana. Yeah, I think that's good.
That's a good one.
The problem is it's actually going to cause more mana issues, though, which is kind of funny. Spear. I think we're probably fine for now.
Stick to the cairns.
Cause yeah, now my Coal of the Week is gonna cost more mana than I want it to. Cost 9 mana, whereas without that it only costs 8. Oh no. But everything will do more damage, so that's fine. You see a lot of lightning spear, not a lot of bleed, Amazon. Well, I haven't even gotten that far yet, as far as like what ascendancy class I'm gonna be and all that. So we'll see. I tend to like the game more if I build whatever crap I come up with on my own, even if it's worse. And even if like I know it's worse, I'm still okay with that, because it's like it's mine, you know, and that makes it more fun. For me, it's usually my second or third character that I'm more interested in, like, okay, let me just Google a meta build and work towards that. At the beginning, that isn't as fun for me. Another ritual altar. Man. All the rituals, huh? Oh wait, this is where we have the ritual altars as part of the quest. Right.
I can't believe, please.
Yeah, like last season, league, whatever they're called, I ended up kind of lucking into a fairly meta build, even though it was like, it wasn't exactly the meta build, but the build that I came up with on my own was like not that far off from the cast on, I think it was cast on crit that was more meta, and I was doing cast on freeze. But I ended up with this crazy comet explosion. Like, I was clearing screens so easily, and everyone else was having this like horrible hard time, and I was like, this game's great, I don't know what you guys are talking about. And I was just having a grand old time. What are you weak to? Because you don't seem to be taking much damage at all.
Look out.
Boom, 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 boom. That'll do it. So yeah, rake plus disengage to get in, apply the bleed, get my melee hit, because I need to hit them with something melee every 8 seconds. Or else we're not getting our 30% bonus damage. And then throw down a couple explosive spears, and then lightning from there seems to be the play. I am a little bit hard up on mana right now, so that's not good. I have a mana flask, but, and maybe this sounds so cheesy, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I hate using flasks. I would far prefer if they just automatically triggered when you hit 0, or at least if that was a toggle, because then it feels like it's part of your build, like, oh, like the things where I gain extra flask charges start to matter more, but having to manually use flasks, I don't know. It makes it to where I'd prefer to have a slightly worse build that means I don't have to use flasks. Even if that's not optimal, I just don't like doing it. I don't know if anybody else feels that way, but...
Hold on.
Where'd he go?
Need a moment.
Coal of the Week. Oh, I guess it was the explosion that killed him. I tried to get the elite, or the unique coal. What is it, 10%? How much? What's the chance on a rare is 10% chance, okay. Or not 10% chance. When they're at 10% life, that's what I'm trying to say. Yes, the you're not wrong about the flask piano thing. I did play enough of Path of Exile 1 to know what you're talking about, though I played very little. Like, probably less than 5 hours ever. I got it, I tried twice to get into it, and I failed both times, and I never quite had... Like, I don't have any friends that play a ton of it or anything, so I just never had the inspiration to try harder.
Hold on.
Should I be whirlwinding more? Will the whirlwind get shocky if an enemy is shocked? Or does it have to be a ground effect?
Need more time.
Ouch. Ouch. Keep getting myself backed into a corner here.
Need a moment.
Yeah, I don't think the whirlwind gets shocky. Okay, so we did what we needed to do there. Ooh, a scroll of wisdom. Nice. 25 whole gold. I still think it's kind of a joke that this game uses scrolls of identity. Like, every other ARPG moved away from those a long time ago. Path of Exile's like, nope, we're keeping them in. Even though within literal 2 hours you're gonna get something that IDs items for you, we're still gonna make you ID items. I think, if anything, it's a mechanic to try to prevent players from just picking up every single item again, because then you can't know if it's a good item unless you ID it. So it kind of keeps you like, I don't know, but then that just increases the need for loot filters. So I don't know if I like that at all. It just feels kind of like a weird mechanic. Like, if stuff just dropped ID'd, would that really be different? I don't know. Maybe. They probably did research on it. Okay, I can't do this until we do the rest, I guess. Getting some lag spikes right now. Oh. Twitch is like pooping the bed right now. Good luck with Doriani. Have fun storming the castle. Where? Ugh, I hate this zone so much. Alright, so we need probably in that corner, or maybe it's over here. I don't know. Okay, it's not right here. Gonna be up here somewhere. Oops. Wrong way. I was wondering if I could use any of these skills to get me moving faster, but they thought of that. If there are no enemies, they don't go very far. Get out of here. There it is.
Need more time.
Alright, so activate this thing. Man, those frenzy charges, they are pretty strong. Not gonna lie.
Wait.
Can pull them off. Ouch. Get out of there. Alright, did we do it? I think we did it. Now we're on to the... Or is there more than 3? Surely there's not more than 3, right?
Straight through the arc.
I guess we'll explore this area to make sure.
Hold on. I'll not make the journey home like that.
Oh, I should be using my little twisters. I'm forgetting I have these.
No mana.
I don't actually know if they're gonna deal more damage than my lightning thing, but I have them. Wait, can we warp? Can we warp from checkpoint to checkpoint? Is that a thing? Oh my god, I forgot this was a thing! They added this since the last time I played. Oh, that's so nice. That is so nice. Oh, I love that. Alright, we're ready. Here we go, the big ritual.
Wait.
Get charge. Get charge. Get that. I feel like the goal is to just keep getting charges wherever you can. Uh-oh. Don't get nerd circled. Get in, get out. Life potion. There's the king in the mist. Alright. Where'd you go?
The wind howls.
And we're out of mana. What is happening? Oh, he's doing a thing. Okay, I was like, how am I not hitting him? Jeez. I still don't understand what's happening. Why am I not hitting him? Okay. There we go. He was just doing his, this isn't even my first health bar thing for like 3 hours. Oh, and there's a death. Okay. I don't remember this fight at all. Like, I remember it happening, but I do not remember these mechanics. Alright. It's kind of fun to have a death once in a while. Let's get 2% more movement speed. That won't hurt. Don't stand in the blood pools. Thing number 1. Thing number 2. Keep the explosive spears on the ground. And then just focus on staying alive for now. And then when you get stuck in this, just pray. Because I don't actually notice how I got stuck in that. Apply a bleed. He's gonna get to his 2 health bars thing. Okay, now he's doing his thing. Yeah. Take your 3 hours to get your 2nd health bar. Okay, now he's back. What am I supposed to do about that, exactly? There must be a way to prevent that. I'm missing something. I'm missing something, because that doesn't seem right. I could give my rake some more damage. That seems like a good idea. Or exploding spear. Or we could try Fangs of Frost, just to have it. I'm not really using my whirling slash, so let's try.
Need a moment.
Throwing that in there. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be using that one. Compared to the other melee skills, it just doesn't feel like it's going to do enough. It seems like it's mainly meant to work with parrying.
A worthy foe.
Oof. Okay, let's go to town. It's not letting me go to town. Really? Oh, okay, I guess I'm in the boss fight already. Oh, that blue orb around me is innervate. I get it now. I was not... It took me a while to understand what that was. I thought it had something to do with the culling, and I was confused. Okay, I don't... What is this purple around me? I should... Some sort of hex, probably. Okay, yeah, you're transitioning into your crazy phase, which, damage-wise, I'm doing fine. I just don't understand how to not get trapped in one shot by his little prison. Stop moving or you will be imprisoned. Wait, what? So I need to stop moving? That's not generally what you do in this game. That explains why I keep getting imprisoned. I did stop moving, and that didn't do anything. I'm so confused by that. Alright. Boom, boom. Can't see him. Okay, stop moving. No, if you keep moving, it imprisons you. I think you have to stop moving. It says stop moving or you will be imprisoned in the description.
I've enough in my pack already.
I don't want any of these. I mean, I guess I'll take an Orb of Augmentation. Why not?
I'll not make the journey home like that.
Get that Spirit Skull. And our first Spirit Gem. Alright. Let's see what our spirit options are. I wonder what's gonna be good with the Huntress.
So the cultists really did have a... Thank you.
Cold, lightning, or fire. I don't really care. I'm not gonna use any of those. I already have an anti-stun, which in my opinion is far better.
See ya.
But I will start collecting one of these guys. Is that better? No, it's not. Life, region. I don't think any of that's better.
Who knows what pride...
So, gem-wise... Well, let me go collect the rest of the items first. We even got some rares in here. Oh, and a quest thing that we have to do.
Hey.
Do I have to talk to you? Wait, what? Oh, I guess talking to him in town did the same thing. Cool. Okay, so identify.
Who knows what prizes are won?
Ooh, what's this? Evasion rating, energy shield, increased rarity, 8 to cold resistance, 2.7 life per second. I will take that happily. And then... Whoa! Man, this is... Okay. This is where I wish you could have skills tied to class and not weapon. Because this is a better spear than what I'm using right now. Oh man, if only I could use a quarterstaff like a spear. I guess a spear is one-handed, so that's part of it. But man, if only. I guess that might be worth keeping for a future... Whatchamacallit? Monk?
Who knows what deal?
Alright, let's look at our spirit gem. What do we got? Herald of Thunder, Wind Dancer, and Herald of Blood. I could also do War Banner or Plague Bearer, but those are not really any good. Okay, Herald of Thunder. Well, active. Killing shocked enemies with a non-herald attack hit. What? Will cause subsequent... I'm so confused. Herald skills are a type of persistent buff that grant powerful effects on killing enemies. Okay. So you kill a shocked enemy with a normal hit, and then subsequent attack hits will release lightning bolts. But how many? Just the next one? Oh, there's the buff. Okay. The buff is that lightning bolts strike the targets of your next 2 attack hits after killing a shocked enemy with attack damage. Ah. Cool. Okay. That seems pretty decent. Herald of Blood is going to be... What's Wind Dancer? Let's look at that first. Periodically grant stages of a buff, more evasion per stage. Being hit by an enemy while you have this buff consumes all stages. Okay, so it's kind of like... So you trigger Gale Force, which knocks back enemies. Oh, that's kind of cool. So it keeps enemies off you, basically. And then Herald of Blood probably does something similar. Destroys their corpse. Explosion has a chance to aggravate bleeding. I mean, that's going to be good with Rake, of course. Blood loss. Okay. This is tricky. I'll probably go with Herald of Blood. Maybe I should go with something else, but we're gonna go with that for now. And then support gym, Herald of Blood. Oh right, you need extra spirit for the persistent stuff. I could increase its damage with brutality. I should do something with disengage. 30% more melee damage against bleeding enemies. That sounds pretty good. Alright, that's all fine and dandy. Let's get rid of our junk here. And then on we go to Ogum Village. Oh, we have a skill point too. Alright, skill point. I think we finally get that notable for movement speed. Yeah. And more evasion rating. 10 more dexterity means all the accuracy. Evasion's up to 51%. Sweet.
Back to the dirt with ya!
Oh, wait, don't I have to... Right, you have to activate it. That has gotten so many new players. It's just... Why wouldn't you have it activated? It doesn't make sense. Should totally activate by default. Rather than be non-activated.
Back off!
Boom. Explosion. Oh, I like that. I like that. The checkpoints activate by default? What? That, yes they do. That has nothing to do with what I was saying though. I was talking about the spirit gems not activating by default. Like when you slot in a spirit gem, you have to actually like right click it to activate it. Whoa, okay, that was a lot of damage. Alright, take that, take you guys. When do we get the... Is it not till Act 3 that we get the thing that recycles stuff with slots and whatnot?
Una will thank me for this, no doubt.
I can't remember when that shows up. I mean, I guess everything shows up by Act 3, so it's sometime by Act 3. Or if I'm lucky, it's in Act 2.
You found my... I think I should...
Aye.
Yeah,
It's
2 more
tired
skill
days, but use a
points.
tune or
Okay,
two.
where am I going with these skill points? Projectiles have a 10% chance to chain an additional time from terrain is pretty cool. Melee strike range doesn't seem that valuable to me. I'm not really sure how much 4 is the other part. Like, does that make my rake deal more area of effect? Or not? Like, I guess I don't totally understand. Part of it is I just don't understand what that actually means. Because if that's going to increase the area of effect of Disengage and Rake, then I'm more interested in that. What's this? Projectile parry range, heavy stun. Rake AoE for sure. Disengage might be an AoE rather than a strike. Yeah, I don't know. Let me go towards that one then. Where was that one? I already lost it. Is it this? Yeah. Because having projectiles fork is also pretty strong. So we'll do that. And then sell these.
Yes. Feeling lucky.
Out of here.
Later.
I have another support gem? Jeez. I don't know what to do with all these support gems anymore. I guess we'll have Rake do the brutality to maximize our bleeding damage. And then you're saying Rake is a strike, but it's also AoE. That's why I'm confused. For disengage, it also calls itself a strike and says plus 25 to melee strike range. I wish I understood. Is that like 2.5 meters? What does that even mean? That's very confusing to me.
You don't stand a chance.
The important part is when we get that other one, I think it will help both Rake and disengage. That's my current jam, is Rake, disengage, lightning spear. I'm loving it. I just like jumping around. Feels good to move fast. And then right click when I see a glowing blue flame. Get those frenzy charges to make lightning go nuts. Pretty fun.
Hold on. Ultimate prowess.
All right. More rares.
Hold on.
Can't see nothing.
Need more time.
Storm rune. Bunch of magics. At this point, magic stuff is good money, so we're still grabbing it for sure. This area is such a doozy to actually fully explore.
Stretch through the air.
Gosh, that's so good. Give me your orbs. Oh ho ho, blacksmith strongbox, baby.
Got my fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Need a moment.
Stuck on a corner. That's a good start. Wow. Instantly melted. Yikes. So much for that strongbox. Weak. Weakness. Path of Exile 2 is weakness leaving the body, right? That was instant death. I don't even really know what got me, but I did not have enough health for whatever it was. What's up, Dave? Oh yeah, I'm having a ton of fun. I actually really like the combo of jump in with rake and then jump out with disengage. Just the movement of it is fun. It takes a little bit of skill because when you disengage, you go backwards from wherever you're facing. So I feel like a lot of times I disengage in a bad direction. And I'm trying to get better at that, which is fun. What is up with that red line next to my health bar? Did I just find a bug? I think I just found a bug.
I'm bent double as is.
Yeah, culling enemies from time to time. Though it's culling is interesting because
Hello.
you're doing a different action in order to get a good thing, but it might not be necessary. So yeah, knowing when to cull versus when to just keep going is also tricky. What's that? 18 to life. 11 to dexterity. I might do that just for the evasion rating. Takes us up to 60%. That's pretty high.
Feeling lucky? Not bad.
It's a hug. 22% increased evasion rating when it's only at 12 is not very good. I don't think we'll
not bad.
Be doing that. Thank you very much. And stash these guys. Another skill point. Now we can start getting all that increased projectile damage if melee hit. And then what just happened to Rake? Oh. Oh. I needed that strength, apparently. So, would you give me
Adapt or die.
some strength? Thank you, sir. Whoopsies. Yeah, it'll be far more interesting with the... Ooh. It's like we're running maps already. We got an essence, whatever they call this, essence doodad.
This is what I get for free. Another hunt. Another
Orb
trophy.
of augmentation, essence of the body. I don't know if that's any good. Guess we'll find out. An iron ring gives me free damage. Yes, please. I wish the charges lasted a little bit longer than 15 seconds. It's just enough that, like, it usually lasts until you find the next pack, but sometimes it doesn't. There probably is some sort of passive skill somewhere that does exactly what I'm asking for. Crop circle. Now these little purple things are dangerous AF because you can't see them in the crop. There's probably charge duration in the tree. Yeah, I'm guessing there is. Okay, now what exactly is on this map area? The Executioner is in Ogum Village. Ogum Farmlands is the crop circle and the Una's hut, which I already found. Okay, so I found everything we needed to find there. Good to go. Oh, that's just a checkpoint. I thought that was our exit. Did we already... We haven't found the exit yet, I don't think.
Coming at ya.
The other problem is, and I've had this happen multiple times, is I end up trying to cull too late. Like, either an explosion or something else kills the enemy, and then I end up not getting the cull. So that can be kind of frustrating when I'm like, oh, there's something to cull, and then it's dead before I get to right-click. The world map is very different. Wait, really? What did they change? Do you just mean the looks of it? Or is the actual, like... I mean, because so far it's been pretty much the same as far as I can tell. So I don't know exactly what you mean by that. Where's the exit? I must have missed it or something.
I need a moment to prepare.
I mean, it's not going to be in the middle, but... The layout of the zones on the world map. So you just mean like where they, like visually where they put the dots? Because yeah, if that's different, I probably wouldn't notice. Oh, I see. It's all the way on the end there. Yep. I didn't even see that offshoot. Well, we got some extra experience. We'll take it. And some firm bracers, which I don't need. There we go. Alright, Ogum Village. We're getting close to the Act 1 boss. Let's go. Kill the Executioner, run around in some manor. Baby, you got a stew going.
Nary an inch spared the flames. These poor folk are beyond saving. Get back! Take this!
Boom. So strong. When you've got the frenzy charge, this lightning skill is nuts. Give me all the charges. Alright, so I think in this zone there's one special thing. We should probably look. There is... yeah, the blacksmith chest. Fields were entered in the northeast, and the exit was north. Oh, you mean okay? So you're actually saying the zones are different, not the world map. Like the zones themselves are different, and that makes sense that they would mix that up from being. So you're saying like things are in different spots here. But also you're saying the zones themselves are different. So they switched up a lot, it sounds like. Is this the executioner? No, this is what we wanted. Perfect. The zone entries are related to where they are on the map. Oh! That's a nice little touch. I didn't even consider that that would be connected. In most games it just isn't. So I wouldn't have thought about it that way. So you're saying like here with the farmlands. Well, we entered on the bottom left on the map, but in the actual zone we were in the top left. So it's a little off, but interesting. All right, what am I doing? We need to talk to Renly. Oh, a reward? I don't know. I'll take a desert rune because I don't think I have one yet. If we need it for resistances at some point. And then... no spear upgrades that I can see. Oh, there we go. There it is. Better boots. All the mana. Oh, that mana is going to be so helpful. Armor and energy shield, not so much. But I'll definitely take that.
You'll survive well in that.
Give me those. Sell, sell, sell.
If you find a find out there,
Owner's house. You've caught me. See you.
All right. And then, oh, these aren't, oh yeah. See, the essences, in my mind, like, I want all of the things like this to just be in one giant tab. I know that that's, because didn't they, I thought essences did go, or do they now have an essence tab? Or am I just making crap up and they don't have an essence tab at all? There is an essence tab. Okay, I just need to buy one. Is that... What's affinity auto navigation? I don't know what affinity auto navigation is. But these were the things I kept for the salvage. Yeah, get those shards. Wait, when did I get a extra skill gem? Because I would like to do Rake. It's a level 4. Thank you very much. When you click something into a tab, it switches to that tab. Oh, I like that. Okay. I didn't know that option existed, and I'm glad I just found it. Sweet. Alright, what is up with all the spam bots, by the way? Thank you, too, for banning them. And also don't feel like, you know, I modded you guys because you are here and you're trustable, but it's not your job, so I will ban them too if you don't. So don't feel like you have to stick around just to ban the spam bots. But that being said, what is up with the spam bots in this stream? I feel like it's been in the last week or two that this type of spam bot has shown up. I don't know why. I might need to look into better auto mod options for Twitch chat. I don't really know. I haven't really looked into that sort of thing before. You went and had dinner without telling anyone. Good. Good. As you should. some magics. Also, there's something going on with the enemy health bars, and you guys might know what's going on. There's like a little line in them. Like, I assume that is like their, what's it called? When we look at Herald of Blood, there's a word for it. The blood loss. I assume that little bar that grows is their blood loss, and that's what then deals the explosion damage. 15% of that damage is dealt in the explosion. I think that's what's happening, but maybe not. Yeah, I think you're right. When it's the likely ban evader messages, I think only the mods can see it in the first place, which is good. So Twitch is doing a decent job of helping.
Not this time.
Come down here and play.
You had your chance to kill me. Now it's my turn. Need a moment.
Oh yeah, you can see all that blood loss there. I wonder if it's capped, because it seems to be shrinking. Ow. Oh, one shot. Nice. Let's see if we can get one shot again. That was fun.
Don't do this. Stop. Just surely.
Oh, am I supposed to not be centered right now?
Not this time.
I think I'm... Okay, yeah, there we go. That freaked me out. It's amazing how a little camera shift can feel so weird. Okay, try to not get hit by the X this time.
You coward!
Like right there, I accidentally did 3. No, get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get a culling going. There we go. Boom. Okay, that went a little better. So I'm dealing decent damage. I think right now I actually need more survivability, if anything. I think that that spear we got with the lucky orb of augmentation is gonna carry me through the end of Act 1 just fine, I think. I am digging these skills. I'm having a lot of fun. I'll save you, Charcy. If only you could get health on the tree. You can if you count strength points. I like that they changed that. I mean, as far as I hear from people from Path of Exile 1, you often had to spend a ton of your points on almost these mandatory health journeys along the passive tree. I do think, though, it's a little bit of a bummer that you can't easily get survivability on the passive tree. There's not like there are lots of secondary survivability nodes, like, oh, increased elemental ailment, or increased stun threshold, or increased energy shield, or evasion rating, but there isn't like nodes that are kind of just like, oh, a little bit of life regen plus a little bit of this plus a little bit of, you know, just there's no generic sustainability and survivability nodes. And that does make it a little tricky if the items that you've been given don't lend themselves to survivability. But that's what runes are for and stuff. I feel like what's hard is that you feel a little locked into your items because you can't really, there's no, what's the word, deterministic crafting. And because there's not much deterministic crafting, it does feel a little bit tricky to get what you're looking for item-wise, and then that makes it a little bit tricky to shape what you're doing in the passive tree. So it all kind of feeds off of each other. But overall, I'm only in Act 1 still, so I guess we'll keep an eye on it, but I've felt okay with the pacing of Act 1 as a Huntress. But again, I got a really good spear. You know, if I hadn't got that spear, I might have been like, wow, the executioner was so hard. Hold on, I'm like forgetting how to use my skills. I'm just left clicking. Okay, why don't we actually like do things like rend? Wait, rend? Rend is the wrong word. What game am I referencing when I say rend for bleed? Is that World of Warcraft? Is that Diablo? Is rend in Diablo? Rend is in a lot of games, I guess. I know it's a skill in World of Warcraft, but I think it's probably a Diablo term. I don't actually know.
Who knows what prizes await?
Critical hit chance is not
sure what I'm
crazy,
gonna do,
but I don't
but
think I need
cheers.
that. Ooh. This has got to be better, right? 31 life, extra 3 to 7 cold damage. Diablo 3 Warrior Rend. Maybe it was a Diablo 3 thing. Local AoE bleed. Yeah, that might be it. But 31 life is also pretty huge here. Given I was just talking about getting one shot, and it has a rune slot. So I will take all that. I still don't know if we're ever going to use a bow and arrow, but +1 to projectile skills seems like a decent thing to have. Look, I still have some stash tabs that I can buy, like with real money, so I will start keeping a collection of items for other classes. If we ever get to that.
Who knows what?
Because +1 to all melee skills is pretty strong in the early game.
By then.
Rend is a notable node on the PoE1 tree. Well, that's not what I'm remembering. I never played PoE1. Okay, Cull of the Week. I would actually prefer... There's a part of me that almost wants to put attack speed on Cull of the Week, because Cull of the Week is kind of slow. I don't like how much it like delays my tempo when I use it. But a 50% chance to gain an additional charge? Okay, that's pretty strong. I'm gonna grab that. And then... Disengage... I don't think that's gonna do much. Break armor against parried enemies, that's not gonna do much. What else can we do for disengage? I know I'm kind of a unique player because I'm into all the details, but I also haven't played enough to know all the support gems. But for me, I wish there was more like a middle ground between only 3 recommendations versus literally every possible gem. I would like to see a list of like, here's the 10 gems that could be reasonable with this skill, even though there's like 3 to 5 main ones that you'd ever use. Like there are 5 other ones that you could use. Because realistically, a lot of these you would basically never use, and I'd at least like to take those out, but alas. Martial Tempo I'm already using on Rake, unfortunately, and I think I want to keep it on Rake. Because Disengage is already really fast. Or no, sorry, you're talking about on the other one. It is 9 gems, you're right, but I mean 3 per level. Anyway. All that to say, what else can we put on Disengage here? Corrosion is poison-based. I'm not doing poison. Blind, cold. No. No. Concentrated effect could be interesting. Because that would make the shockwave do more damage. Which is most of the damage. Okay, now here's another fun question that probably nobody knows because it's so specific. I'm sure somebody knows this, but do any of you guys know this? When you disengage on an enemy, there's the actual strike of disengage, which has a really big melee strike range, and there's a shockwave. Does the shockwave deal damage to the enemy that is struck? Or enemies, because multiple enemies get struck. Oh, I'm sorry. That shockwave only... Never mind. That's only when you consume a parry debuff. So, everything that's happening is based on the initial strike damage. Because I'm not doing parrying. which means concentrated effect wouldn't do anything. That would only be for the shockwave when you consume a parry. Never mind. Okay. Deep freeze, no. Eternal flame, no. Energy, no. I could see execute being okay. 50% more damage with hits against enemies on the life. Chance to poison on hit. I mean, that's it's more damage. Freeze build up, chance to ignite. Heavy stun an enemy. I don't, what even is heavy stun? Oh, that's not happening very often. Ice bite, no. Inspiration. Oh, skills have less cost. Lacerate gives it a chance to bleed, but we already are causing bleed. Mana cost converted to life cost. And build up. Recover 12% of maximum life over 4 seconds when supported skills cull an enemy. Well, that could go on Cull the Weak. That makes sense. Minion Pact. Outmaneuver. No. Overpower. Cause more stun buildup. That could be good. 25% more melee damage if you have damaged an enemy with a projectile attack hit in the last 8 seconds. Pen could be good. The problem is it only works if we do enough pen. So it has to pass their pin threshold, which one disengage might probably isn't enough for that. So I'm not totally sure about that one. Watch your profanity. Profanity, consume a corpse, deal more damage if consuming a corpse. Oh, that's not bad. A little bit of a non-bow with my rake or Herald of Blood exploding corpses, but it's something. More stun enemies once in a while. Rage? What does rage even do? Huh. I mean, that's certainly better than nothing. Triggers a shockwave when you take a step while using. That's not gonna work. Swift Affliction. No. How does that even work with this? Like, why can I use this gem with this skill? Supports any skill that deals damage, causing it to deal more damage over time. But it doesn't deal any damage over time. I'm confused. You think Stomping Ground will work? But we're not moving when we use the skill. Supports travel skills. Oh. That's really confusing if that's how that works. I assumed this would be for skills where you like click and hold down and you're walking while you're moving. It's strength based, unfortunately. Bleh. Okay, now see, this is the game confusing me again. See how I blame the game rather than my lack of understanding? No, it's not the game's fault, but like right here, it says attack damage 100%. Deals 100% to 150% of your strength as physical damage. Are those both separate sources of damage? So this does like a regular amount of my attack damage, which is based on my weapon damage and everything. And additionally, on top of that 100% attack damage, it will also deal your strength as physical damage? Or is that not how that works? Anyway, looking at the rest of these real quick. Cooldown, useless, stun threshold, meh. Damage taken while using them. I'm not really taking damage while using them, so... Because it actually dodges things. So those are all kind of pointless. Withered. I'm not dealing any chaos damage, so that's not very good. Yeah, Aloy, I'm really curious about that, because the way it's phrased... I mean, look, let's just grab it. We're going to get plenty of support gems over time. And maybe we can find out. Just right now, looking at the doodad. Wait, what? Did I not click what I thought I clicked? Hold on. Disengage. Stomping ground. Engrave. Yo, what is going on here? Am I doing this wrong? Or did I find a bug? Stomping ground. This operation could not be completed. Okay. Okay, so I don't have enough strength, but why would it not engrave it anyway and then just not equip it? I don't know, that's kind of a weird...
How can I advise?
Ought to rethink my approach.
You'd think it would give me a message saying you don't have enough strength support slots, or it just would gray it out in a way here. That's... I think they need to improve that, because it's not clear what's going on from the game itself there. Like, there should be a different color here, or when you go to click engrave, maybe it gives you a warning, like, hey, you don't have enough slots for this, or it just doesn't let you do it at all because you don't have enough slots. But letting you click it, but then not actually doing it, that's, I think, a bad combo. Anyway, back to this. Okay, so disengage, shockwave. We can see the damage here. And what's a good way? I think it's doing the full damage. I mean, look, it's 46 to 96 damage. That's way more than my strength. I only have, how much strength do I have? I only have 21 strength. Here, what's giving me strength? There, is something giving me some strength? Okay, this is giving me 4 to all attributes and physical damage. Dang, okay. Yeah, I'll take off this iron ring. That'll do it. That'll tell us for sure if disengaged shockwaves count normal damage. 44 to 87, 46 to 96, yeah. So just regular physical damage. So I think my initial interpretation was correct, that that is dealing 100% of your normal attack damage and your extra strength as extra damage. Because yeah, 44 to 87 versus... Uh-oh. Okay, nope. Now things aren't lining up again. Oh, well, okay, never mind. No, because that's not enough strength. So that's why, okay. We'd have to unequip something else real quick to find out. Okay, so that's dealing 46 to 90, or 44 to 87. Okay, now I'm confused again. Because the one that adds 4 to strength should have the damage higher than the one that doesn't, right? But they're exactly the same. Oh! Oh my gosh, you're so right. We're not even looking at the right shockwave. I have to look in here where we can't see the damage. Yeah, okay, never mind. I don't know if we can actually figure... It's really inconvenient. I happen to be doing this with a skill that also has the word shockwave, so that got me. You're so right, though. That's the wrong shockwave. We're looking at the disengaged shockwave. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to look at the shockwave. So you think it might work if we put it on something else, like Rake, let's say. No, there's no... It just says trigger shockwave on taking a step, but there's no information on that shockwave's damage. Okay, well, we're back to not knowing anything. Wonderful. Yeah, if you could Google it. I don't know if Google will make it clear.
Folk won't take kindly to that.
Wait, who am I supposed to talk to? Latus? Ah, the person we saved. Yes, yes, yes.
They're enter them.
Alright, Count Geonor, you're going down. Yeah, I'm curious.
I need a moment to prepare.
Also, like, the shockwave is being created not at the beginning, which makes it a little worse. You can see, like, I don't know if I'm actually going to hit the enemies I'm disengaging from with that shockwave. So this might be better on Rake then, because it seems like it might not actually hit enemies.
Get back!
I don't think it's triggering twice. You don't see two of those little circles.
Wait.
I don't think. It might be triggering twice closer to where I'm landing. If that's what you mean. There might be like a double trigger where I'm landing. But they're both in a spot that's not going to hit the enemy I'm disengaging from still. But you might be right about that part. I am curious. We don't have a crappy spear right now. I guess I could go buy one, maybe. And we can maybe see that if the damage is different. We can try to do a little bit of science.
Oi. Anything take your fancy?
Do you have a crappy spear? Yes.
Oh, that'll back
This will deal a lot less
If
damage.
you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Okay, and then we'll do this. And then we'll back into the enemy. Okay, this is crappy spear. Watch me die trying science. All right, disengage into enemy. Where are you at? Okay. Courtesan. It's dealing about half the health. I switch. Still did about half the health. Seems like the damage was the same in both, with both spears. Not hard to tell. Now I level up. This is with the crappy spear. Switch. There's just too much going on. I don't know, that feels like more damage now, though. Okay, it almost one-shot those. If I switch... No, I don't know. It seems like it might be the same amount of damage. It's a lot of damage. Probably because we're early in the game and my strength is relatively high. I don't think this is going to last as something that's useful. Right now it's pretty useful because 21 damage is a lot. But I don't think it will remain useful. Because I don't think it was working as we hoped. Just max strength. Yep, I'm a strength. Strength is on now. LOL. It gives me life anyway. Yeah. So we'll have to figure out probably something different at some point. I am curious. It does kind of feel like we should try that on Rake. Correct weapon type? Oh. Let's see. Yeah, that seems kind of busted. Max strength Rake, aka 50 shockwaves. I'm excited for that chance to fork. I might not need any other strategy if this does so much damage. Maybe maxing strength is the truth. All I need is Rake, apparently. Well, seems pretty good. Maybe this is the support gem that people are using with Rake that makes Rake busted. It might be. Now, like I said though, like you would have to build towards strength for this to stay good, because it is an attribute-based damage, which is different than most other damage. Is it Stomping Ground? Is that the name of the gym? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. If there's a more busted gym, I'm not sure I want to know about it. Yep, might have figured it out. Yeah, it's funny, when they say take a step, they literally mean your character's foot touching the ground. Like it's tracking, like if you look at the actual animation, it is, oh gosh, that was a lot of damage. It is actually like triggering those shockwaves when your feet hit the ground, which is a really cool like flavor win for the game. It's such a thing where like, I don't even know how to explain what I'm thinking like right now. Like video games historically are more gamified than that, so like when you take a step would be like as you're walking type thing. And it's funny because someone who doesn't play video games would actually be more likely to have the correct interpretation of that, of like, oh, it literally, ooh, an Exalted Orb just chilling in a random chest. Like someone who doesn't play games would be more likely to actually take it literally, like, well, it says when you take a step, so I just assumed it'd be whenever your foot hits the ground, you know. But like For me, I'm like, oh, like, this is a skill that jumps you out of the way. That's different than, like, I assumed we're talking about, like, this kind of step. Like, if you watch my feet right now, that's the type of step I thought we were talking about, you know, but, like... So, yeah, I didn't actually assume it would work, and it does, which is great. So, apparently, we're just gonna max strength now, and... have billions of damage. I don't know if I actually want to build that way. I think I want to kind of keep building towards Lightning Spear. But with Rake, I kind of want the Rake disengage Lightning Spear pattern. Well, I don't know about meta. I'm only in Act 1. It might be the meta for Act 1, though. Sure. I don't even have that much strength, and it's, like, destroying everything. Imagine if I had something that gave me plus 15 strength. Because I think I'm doing 3 shockwaves? I mean, I'm hearing 3 sounds. It's hard to tell for sure. But I think I'm doing triple shockwave here. With Rake. So busted. It's fun to find. Oh, well, I'm not busted though. I still don't have enough life to take high damage spells to the face. So I do need to be a little bit careful. Alright, let's see if we got any good stuff.
Hey, who knows what prizes await?
Stun threshold, physical thorns. No, no. No. Maximum life and cold resistance. Versus maximum life and dexterity. I'd rather have this one.
Not bad.
Oh, and that random spear I bought. Right. Okay, so next support gym goes on what? Herald of Blood? Most of the most useful stuff is going to cost us more spirit, so I'm not really sure if there's anything good we can do quite yet. Yeah. That could be good if I was blinding enemies, but I'm not. Alright, Cull the Weak. What can we add to you? We've already got the chance to grant an additional charge. I guess Life Drain? Yeah. Yeah, Whirlwind blinds, but I'm not using Whirlwind anymore, so that's why I'm kind of not high on that. Let's go Cull the Weak. Or no, Explosive Spear level 4. No, Disengage level 4. And then Rake level 4. Oh, wait, we're on to new stuff. Ooh. Barrage?
Barrage empowers your next attack to fire multiple times. If you have frenzy charges, this skill will consume them for additional repeats. Barrage empowers your next attack to fire multiple times. If you have frenzy charges,
that's a spell though.
Empowers your next attack to fire multiple times. If you have frenzy charges, this skill will consume them for additional repeats.
That is pretty cool though.
Empowers your next attack to fire multiple. Rapid Assault performs 6 stabs in quick succession. The final strike hits a lot harder and leaves a spearhead stuck in the enemy, bleeding and slowing them. Spearfield rends the ground with spears. Enemies that walk over them will take damage and become maimed. Stormlance sticks into the ground, periodically zapping enemies with lightning. It can also consume a frenzy charge to overcharge and create a patch of shocked ground.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of digging what I already got. I'll mess with those later. Dave, what gloves are we talking about? Did I sell good gloves on accident? Was I not paying attention?
Hey, none of it's junk. Trust me.
I don't think so. Are you just talking about the gloves I actually have?
Bye then.
Oh, Hand of Wisdom in action. I gotcha. Well, let's see. What are we doing? We're looking for Geonor's Manor. I've kind of forgotten. We got all distracted with all this overpowered rake strength nonsense. Yeah, this is busted AF. I guess it'll be interesting to see if it remains busted or not. Guessing the destination is not over here, so it's probably to the left. We're about to level up.
Soldiers of Ogum. The outside.
Wait a second. I haven't checked my map in a minute. Did we get all the stuff? We did. Alright, Ogum Manor. Count Geonor, I'm coming for you. Get your wolf and get ready to party.
Now to do with a
With a quick pit stop by the Candleman. Oh, there's that bug again. On the health bar. It definitely has something to do with the bleed stuff. Man, yeah, this rake thing is kind of... It's almost like I don't want to use it. Like, I feel like I'm cheating. It just feels gross. Ooh, a spirit gem. Now this is where, if I was thinking about building new characters, like I might just keep a level 5 because it doesn't change that much. Wait, what? Why is it? Does anybody understand why it's saying 0 to 18? Oh, no, oh, never mind. I see it now. Because the explosion is based on the blood loss. Wait, no, I'm not understanding what's happening here. Yeah, no, something's weird. Like, it's not showing me the current. (14 to 21). And then it goes 18. And 44% chance to aggravate bleeding. I feel like I remember something similar to this happening before, but it was more based on like the level, the bonus levels from other things. But yeah, I don't know what was going on there exactly. Okay. All right. Anyway. Moving on. Yeah, I think that's just a little bug of some sort. Don't stand in that. But yeah, I'm really interested to see like how busted this gets, because I'm just thinking about like, we've already found a few items that give us plus 10 strength. Imagine if I had 40 strength. Then this would be dealing twice as much damage. The shockwaves would. That's insane. Also, my brain, I almost should remove my items that give energy shield, because my brain keeps freaking out when my energy shield goes to 0, because that's how, you know, I was an energy shield build last league, and I'm just like, my energy shield, and then I'm like, wait, no, it's fine. It's only 10% of my life is energy shield here, so we are totally fine. So yeah, Candlemass we need to find.
Tyrant in all his rotten glory.
Is Candlemass on the top level, or is he always on a certain level? I don't actually know how that works. Is my green screen? Yeah, it is doing weirdnesses. Okay, I gotta take a quick restroom break anyway, so I'm gonna fix this green screen problem. And then we are going to... Candlemass is on the top level. Okay. Thank you. That's what I thought, but I couldn't remember for sure.
Never had any love for old Count Gianor. None of it's junk.
Trust
me. Not bad.
Seems like a decent mace. +1 to level of all melee skills when you're holding a melee weapon. Okay. Alright, I will be right back. And we're gonna go take out the last 2 bosses of Act 1. Alright, we're back. Get situated properly here. No more break time. Alright, and then what I'm gonna do is... Oh, we don't have a cold resistance? Never mind. Huh. +6 to strength? Oh, wait, you can't put that in... Oh, no, I can't. Never mind. You can't put it in a Wander's Staff, but I could just jam that in there. And then we could get more strength. I might end up doing that. Here we go. +4 to melee strike range. If you've dealt a projectile attack hit in the past 8 seconds, projectiles have a 25% chance to fork. Yeah, I think it's around 10% damage, at least with most of the skills where I've actually like paid attention to it, looking at one level to the next. That's, I think different skills have different scaling, but I think it's generally in that range. And yeah, mana is weird because like, mana is not a problem until it is, right? And so it's like you want as many plus skills as possible until it's too much, and then you can't actually use your skills anymore, and it sucks. These guys are making pools of blood that I can't really deal with. It's 0% damage for Stomping Ground. That's all we care about right now. These boots were made for stomping. Okay, Candlemass is not going to be there. Did I miss something? Oh, I guess there's just another area in the top level still that we haven't gotten to. Cool. Alright, well, that's all there is then. Man, I kind of hope they nerf this. This is too good. Or it's fun. I don't know. It's a little bit of both. I think it's a little too good though. Like there's a balance of like you want good combos to be better. I was talking about this on the Discord. I was posting something I saw on Reddit that I thought was a really good point, which is like for the reasonable builds to be good, the meta builds have to be broken. And I mean, there's a little bit of an assumption there that there's always a wide range between crappy builds and good builds, and a perfectly balanced game would somehow smallify that range, right? Like the best builds wouldn't be that much better than a random build, but like that's never gonna happen. So there's this level of like, that means the good builds are always gonna be a lot better, but you don't want to tune the game for the good builds because then players who don't have the good builds are really punished. And so there's this kind of weird middle ground of like, when you stumble upon a good build, you do want to be rewarded for it. You don't want a game that's not gonna let you face roll anything ever. So, I don't know. I mean, we'll just rake all day long. Ouch. I mean, my lightning spear does good damage too. I don't think, like, I haven't built towards it. If I were to build towards maxing strength, it probably would be super busted. Like I said, if I had like 30 more strength right now, it wouldn't even be close to fair. I keep clicking that because it's still showing up, but I've already clicked on it. All right, 20 maximum life, I'll take it. And we shall move on to defeating Gianor. By the way, I think the game is way easier than it was on launch. I remember having a much harder time, just in all the ways, in League 1. I think I died like 5 times on Count Gianor. And I'm guessing even if I were to remove Stomping Ground from my build right now, I have a decent chance of killing Count Gianor on the first try. Which says to me that, like, I don't know, everybody's tears are a little overblown. I do know that they nerfed some stuff, but it was, in general, like if you're just looking at overall difficulty, the only thing they nerfed was health by 25%, which is, it's a medium amount, but it's not like game-breakingly large amounts. It's not like they cut the enemy's health in half or something. And so I do think a lot of people just got used to face rolling maps, and then they had to play the early game again where you're not overpowered, and then that was like, I don't know, a big shock. And so the mass amounts of whining and complaining might have been a little overdone. And maybe not. It might be, it might also be certain stages of the game. You know, it might be like cruel, it might be like Act 4 and 5 that are really crappy, you know, and I just haven't gotten there yet. So I'm not saying like I have a well-informed opinion. The only opinion I can have is one that's informed through Act 1. And even that, it's only one data point. But compared to my previous experience with the game, it certainly is not as hard as it was before.
I sense Oriana knows. And I cannot deny that which I know deep down to be true. That fair
And I'm okay with that. I actually think it was too hard on first blush.
At that moment when our eyes locked, we both knew.
By 300%? Yeah, I guess there were a few like, I read through all the patch notes, but it's not like they did like some balance pass where like all mobs, you know, have decreased damage or anything like that. There were certain mobs that they specifically rebalanced, and then there was the generic health reduction pass. And then there were lots of individual changes to certain enemies that they changed. There's not other stuff that I'm looking for, right? It's just Count Geonor? Yeah.
Continue with our task.
Just one-shotting enemies now with Rake. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Though I do still have pretty squishy health, so that being the case, I might still struggle a little bit with the boss fight that's incoming. Because I don't have a lot of survivability here, so I'm not that confident that I'll survive.
Straight through the app.
Exactly. It's not like Rake was bad without the stomp. It was just in a spot where it wouldn't be the only skill I want to use, whereas now it's in that category. Which is why I can objectively say like it's too strong. Now, as far as what knob needs to be tweaked, I don't know exactly. Is it the strength scaling needs to go down? Is it the number of stomps needs to go down? Is it, you know, I don't know which knob needs to be twisted, but when you want to use one skill at the opportunity cost of not using any other skills, I know that's not what they want for Path of Exile 2. It's not even what I want for Path of Exile 2. I enjoy using multiple skills back and forth. Like, I think that was something I said, it might have been on the first stream of Path of Exile 2. I was just like, I love that I'm not just spamming one skill the whole time, and I actually want to use, multiple skills. Like, I love that about Path of Exile 2. And if you get any sort of build where you're only ever clicking one button, I think GGG would say they've failed. And so in this case, I think Rake is overperforming.
Easy prey.
Yeah, exactly. It took too long. Okay, what I wanted to do though, is it gonna let me? Yes, okay. I wanted to try my actual thing, which was thinking if I can beat Count Geonor on the first time without that stupid Stomping Ground bow. And I think the answer might be yes. I just have to survive here. The second phase, though, is kind of a monster, so we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Ow. That hurt. These exploding spears are not doing much, given how movement heavy this guy is. I don't know why I'm throwing them. I should just left click.
I think not. I think so much more. Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye.
You manipulative whore! How dare you back after all I've given you!
Oh, phase 2. Here we go. Putrid Wolf time.
I smell your blood. And I am
Dodge the exploding ice. And here comes the dodge the wolf phase.
And now the wound. And now the impaler. As swift as death.
Straight through the art.
and imbued by the moon. Cursed or gifted. Branded and afflicted.
I should be building up charges right now.
Agna shall slay again.
But then I have to remember, you know, I haven't really mastered that yet, which is the art of what skills do I use when I'm wanting to build up charges and then not consume them. Uh-oh, I got hit by one of those. That was not on purpose.
I will take out your heart.
Did you just see that? That looked weird.
Requiem on high.
Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Oh, almost got hit. Oh, here comes this phase.
The eternal impure.
Okay, I guess I can use disengage and rake without building up, or without using up my charges. Oh, I dodged the wrong direction there. Ah! I broke my brain trying to change things up. Alright. Ow. Ow. Pay attention.
I smell your blood.
Again? You just did this. Oh, I guess it happens alongside other stuff, you know.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
Come on. No! Ooh. That could have killed me in another world. Boom, baby. Woo! Didn't even need stomping ground.
Only for a moment. The madness.
That, you know, weird flex, but okay.
My being.
Now we'll go back to being broken.
Used it against me.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages from the desert.
From the Vastiri.
Yes.
Yeah, but even then, I'm still just like, if we hadn't had this, this spear, you know, with 62% increased damage, like, that fight would have been a lot harder.
Stop the madness.
So maybe I'm wondering if there's too wide of a range. Trying to think about, like, what they can do about the inconsistencies.
Return to Clearfell to make our
Or not.
preparations.
It's like, maybe there's too much variance in the early game. Of, like, if you get a weapon that has a good modifier for damage versus not, makes your experience completely different. So I guess maybe my question is, like, should weapons this early in the game be allowed to roll with 62% increased damage? Like, that almost feels like that's too much of a swing in the first place for something this early in the game. So maybe all the early game stuff should have their base stats increased so that the actual stuff that rolls on them is less important. And that's a way to kind of make Act 1 and 2, you know, and you can taper that off so that the modifiers get stronger so that by the time you get to Act 3, they're the same as they were before. But, yeah, anyway.
You've done well. The dark good luck.
You guys get what I'm saying. What are we doing here? So we need to identify things. Everything looks so different, and everyone's standing in different places. So I don't know where to go. Somehow I ended up with a white item.
Or we just later. Who knows what pride? Not bad. Bye then.
Ooh, +1 to all projectile skills? I guess that's not that good.
Deal.
It's not quite as crazy by the time you get to this level. No. No. 25 to fire resistance ain't bad. But the other two are kind of bad. What is light radius? That's just such a... Can we remove light radius from these games already? It is the most meaningless, feel bad. I just can't even with light radius. Just stop it with the light radius.
Take it off your hands. Bye then.
Let's never do light radius again. Alright, back to grabbing all the crap. Oh yeah, don't worry, Aloy. I'm going back. Right, and Aloy, I feel like there's some core level game design decisions there that I just don't agree with. It's one of those things where they might be right, but that doesn't mean it's good. I don't know if that makes sense. Like you know, Candy Crush. Is Candy Crush a good game? No. Everyone that knows anything about gaming would say no, it's a bad game for a lot of reasons. But like, are the devs correct in designing things such that they're addicting so that people keep playing their game and they make money? Yeah, the right decision is to do bad game design in some ways. It's good game design if your goal is to keep people addicted and make money. It's bad game design if your goal is to make a good game, right? And I think there are some similar things here where it's like, yeah, there might be some decisions in PoE 2 that keep people playing the game, but does it make the game more fun? I don't know about that. And those are different questions. And I think sometimes I do feel like the decisions that are made are more about,
none of it's junk.
You know, like, oh, gambling, and, you know, oh, we want to get the good rolls and slam affixes so that we get all the best things. And I start to wonder, I'm like, at what point is that a good design? And at what point are you trying to keep people hooked on your game? And there's a little bit of that, you know, questioning going on. But anyway, what is this? Evasion rating, 65, a little bit of energy shield, 25 to maximum life, lightning resistance, replaces cold resistance. Yeah, I think that's just better. So we'll replace that. That said, there are a few places you can get benefit from light radius. Yeah, that's fine. And what's this? A different vest. Phoenix pelt. I think that's just worse. I don't care about thorns. I mean, if I was maxing my resistances at this point, but I'm not, so I'm not worried about that. And then what's this? Requires strength. Adds a good amount of fire damage instead of cold damage. 4 mana per enemy. Meh. I don't really feel like any of that's too special.
Later.
I will do that. Sell my stuff. And call that Act 1. That's the name of a unique item? Wait, really? That's funny that you can roll a rare, or a rare item that's the same as a unique. It feels like there should be like a blacklist of that.
Well, my lady.
Resistance penalty 10%. Oh boy. I wonder at which point you need to start building towards resistances optimally. Because the problem is you kind of have to go all in once you start going. Because 10 or 20% doesn't make a difference. But like 50 or 60% does. And so you really have to go for it.
You are seeking past
Now, did I get everything in Act 1? I'm pretty sure we did. Let me just quick check. None of those bonuses missing. A couple treasure chests. Okay, yeah, we're good. Alright, time to fight some hyenas. Where do we go? I've like forgotten what this town looks like because I'm just remembering the other the thing on wheels. I don't remember what it's called. I don't remember the name of this unique that we have to fight, but I just remember him being pretty rough last time. That's all I remember. Yeah, but there's no point in culling enemies anymore. It's just sad. What am I gonna do? Throw a lightning bolt that does more damage? Who cares? I can just rake everybody and call it a day.
No rest for the wicked, eh?
Oh gosh. The slow is intense.
Hold on.
Oh jeez.
And that's that.
Greater Essence of Ice? Aren't greater essences worth like a lot? Holy crap. Maybe they've increased the drop rate or whatever this season, but those were worth a decent amount, even in mapping stage of the game before. Yeah, this feels pretty busted. I mean, I haven't even gotten more strength compared to Act 1, and we're still just face rolling everything.
Good timing. The spirit is near.
Oh, another wisp? Don't mind if I do.
That's the one.
Oh,
Put it down.
it joined our essence friend.
You wanted to
This is what I get for training you.
Don't lose focus.
Don't go into the tornadoes, please. Throw some explosives. Throw some lightning. Nice.
What news?
Cool. Gosh. And then like all the explosions from Herald of Blood, just really doing the icing on the cake. Hey, I got a culling point, and then I use it. See, the problem is, like I said, I need to figure out how to kill stuff without using up my frenzy charges so that I can save it for like the boss enemy or whatever. So I kind of need to get used to like pull an enemy, but then don't use it up and just go back to rake and then dodge. And then we can save it for guys like this. Just trying to steal my mana. And he succeeded in that. There's a don't use charges support. Yeah, I feel like I actually read about that one. Didn't they just add that? Like after they came out with the Huntress? Ooh. A blue item. I don't know why that got me so excited. Alright. There's the checkpoint. Wait, this isn't... Oh yeah, it is. Okay. What's his name? We're about to remember.
That's him up there, the leader.
Wrathbreaker, that's what it is. Well, let's not just get stabbed like that. Why not? This health bar bug is kind of frustrating. Because it's hard to see what your actual health is when it's happening. Ow.
Need a moment.
Got him. I've seen so many shots of people dying from all these mobs and then losing some like really powerful item. But we have busted Rake, so that's not gonna happen. Oh, we have a skill point. A skill point. What are we gonna spend it on? Strength. I'm just gonna go all the way down the what do they call them, the attribute highways or whatever they're called, taking all of the. Wow. 60% increased critical damage bonus. That's some serious crit. It's over here. If you would gain frenzy charges, wow, that's pretty strong. The problem with stuff like this is like a 5% chance means it happens so rarely that you probably won't even notice that it's happening. This is more about the +1 to maximum frenzy charges than anything, because it's just like, it's nice when you go straight to 4 frenzy charges, but like there's no, maybe they add an indicator or a sound, but I feel like that's the sort of thing where you're like, wait, I have 4? Oh, I have 4 frenzy charges. Oh, cool. But it's just like, it doesn't go with the flow of a repeatable effect. And I tend to not, and this is somewhat of some of this is personal preference. I tend to not like things like that. Charms, what is that? Heartstopper, damage over time. There's so much here. And did they change much with this from season or League 1? 15% increased area of effect for attacks. That will affect Rake. And probably, maybe, Stomping Ground. That is an attack. So shockwave radius for that will increase. Huh. Okay, anyway, what are we actually doing? I mean, there's frenzy charge duration. There's a lot of projectile damage bonuses right there. Skill effect duration. Stun build up. I mean, I feel like these increased melee damage if I've done a projectile attack are decent. But these are just increased attack damage flat out. So going there seems reasonable. And I need strength anyway for reasons that we all know.
You mate.
Yay, more skill gems. Alright, where's my hooded friend?
I'll try now.
Ooh, 12 to 22? Is that better? No, not really. You think it'll affect Stomping Ground, but you're not sure it'll affect Rake. Wait, which one? The AoE one? I thought Rake had an AoE. Does it not? These things keep confusing me.
There's myriad mates to move from one hunting ground to the next.
It says AoE on it. And it acts like it's an AoE. But it doesn't say that it has like an AoE of 2 meters or something. And so that gets confusing to me. So would increased AoE only apply to things that actually say like the radius is 0.5 meters? Because in this case, it's a slash that hits multiple enemies and has a plus to melee strike range, but what does that even mean? What's the actual area of this attack? I don't know, and it doesn't tell me.
The beast is on the horizon.
Alright, we gotta sell some crap. Salvage that.
Who goes there? I only hope my wares.
Sell some stuff to you.
As you wish.
Ooh. Some rares. Mana flask, finally. We'll do that.
As you wish.
When do we get, what's it called? The currency trading. Is that Act 3? Or is that not till Act 6? I can't remember.
Stay in sight.
Act 4, okay. Yes, yeah, okay. Right. It's after Act 3. Let's grab some skills. I don't even know what to do at this point. I mean, I want to try Stormlance. It seems cool. Yeah, let's do Stormlance. And then this one will level up Rake.
Rake.
Okay, so I'm going to take out Fangs of Frost because I'm not using it. I'm going to take out... I'll leave in Twister. There's still a chance I use that. I'm not using Whirling Slash, though. I'm definitely not using the bow. So let's put that to the side. Or just sell it for now. I can buy another bow later. And then stash these away. Does the level of Rake even matter? Maybe not. It... probably doesn't. Some of the damage comes from actual Rake. Alright, where did my new skill go? Did I just stash it? Yeah, I did. Okay, so Stormlance. Exactly does this do? Pierces all targets. Does mediocre damage. But then it has a lodged spear. Converts all physical damage to lightning damage. Fires bolts at enemies. Limit of 3. Duration 6 seconds. Bolts chained to 4 enemies. Fires a bolt every 0.8 seconds. And what's the detonation? That's only when we consume. Maybe. So does that mean I want to... Probably. I didn't finish my sentence, but... I'm gonna give Explosive Spear more AoE rather than more damage. So I think that's how I want to play this. And then... Do we need to go talk to somebody? Yeah. Fangs of Frost was kind of just like a single target attack. It seems good if you're using it with the, what was it called? The parry charges or whatever.
Move swiftly.
Or consuming frenzy charges. I forget which one it worked with. I get those two confused, but it just didn't seem that great. I'd rather just disengage and throw lightning spears at something. All right, what am I doing? This is not where we want to be. We want to be... Do I need a waypoint? No. Let's actually look at the map. Okay, so I need to go here. The quarry. And then... Is this the one where I go out the side and then I find the dust storm and it's like, haha, jokes, we gotta go somewhere else first. Maybe. No, this is not that one.
Mining like this, it can only mean war's coming.
Alright, so mouse 5 is now no longer doing anything. Maybe that should be my storm lance. Wow, that's really slow. Nice. So that's the play. Storm lance, fire lance. That's gonna be pretty good, I think.
Lightning shot gun.
That was pretty cool. But I could just do this. This is so busted. I mean, I'm just two-shotting these Forsaken Hulks. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I feel bad for doing this. Oh man. I mean, the good news is it's not like I'm dealing awful damage with other things either, but it is clearly like kind of ridiculous. Especially, again, like once I find a piece of armor that gives me 15 strength or something, then this damage is going to go through the roof. Because I still only have 26 strength. It's not like I even have that much. And just the jumping around is nuts, like dealing damage all around the enemies. Because you target an enemy on the other side of the group and you damage everything on the way, because it's like you do a triple step to get there. That skill point could be 20% more damage. It sure could, but it's going to be 10% increased attack damage for now. Which might not even increase the shockwave damage. I'm just good like that, Dave. What, I don't know what to tell you.
Our people have lived.
Don't know what to say. Just, you know, it's that natural Path of Exile. It's the thousands of hours I put into Path of Exile 1 that got me here. It really does feel like I'm in the in-game maps already. I'm gonna try to use some other skills just for fun. I mean, my other skills are decent too. It's not quite as immediate. But the new lightning, whatever it's called, Storm Lance is pretty strong actually. Oh wait, did I miss an amulet? I don't have I'm not paying attention to white items. Maybe I should be. Where was it? Did I pick it up? I didn't pick up an amulet. I don't see where it was. This is what happens without a filter, exactly. Yeah. It's true. It was a while ago. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. There will be more amber amulets in the future. A worthy foe? No, nothing is worthy in the face of Stomping Ground Rake. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. I might actually take, it's hard. Like, part of me is like, why shouldn't I play with this, you know? But then there's another part of me that's legitimately considering not using it because it's so busted. Look at this. This is just, it's not even, I'm just spamming one button. It's just not even nothing. Exactly. After all, why shouldn't I keep it?
Need a moment.
I don't know, I'm struggling to imagine this not scaling well. I guess at some point, life is scaling way faster than strength. But it feels like a lot of the campaign, if your goal is to build towards strength, it feels like a lot of the campaign, this would be pretty good. But yeah, I mean, at some point, the enemies are doubling in health and you're nowhere near doubling in strength, so it will fall off at some point, you'd think. Now, what's in the quarry exactly? Nothing? A war cache? I do appreciate when there are certain skills that are better during certain stages of the game. Because the leveling and campaign process is long enough that you want to have some variety, right? The build that you're doing in Act 2 shouldn't necessarily be the same build that's going to be good in maps later. I'm kind of happy if they're different. So, I do like that. Just might be a little over-tuned for the early game. So, maybe I'll keep using it. Ouch. So, it doesn't keep you from dying. Do I need a greater... What mana flask do I have? Undiluted Grand Mana Flask. I don't think it works with plus attack damage though, Aloy. In our very limited, not super scientific testing, it didn't seem to be different based on attack damage. It seemed like it only scaled with strength. Yeah, I'll need some lightning resist at some point. Face Mr. Darude Sandstorm himself. Oh, % attack damage. Well, is it an attack? Or is it a spell? It's probably an attack, given it's made for warriors.
That's almost a challenge. I've enough in my pack already.
All right. What do we got? More stuff? More stuff. Usually more stuff. Anything salvageable? Yes. And then sell. I mean, I should probably have a couple of each type of ring, right? Just in case? I don't know if that's really necessary. And then, do I need more level 5 skill gems? Yeah, explosive spear should go to level 5. That'll make actually a pretty big difference. And then another skill point, more attack damage. I should probably do some sort of survivability nodes. I'm just going full damage. But then again, it's working out for me so far. Whoa, that was weird. Okay, is there anything in the mine? Nothing in the mine, huh? Alright, fair enough. I remember there was that item, I forget what it was, like some sort of tools or something, that didn't always spawn, or it was busted for some people, or I can't remember the exact scenario, but there was a thing on the world map that kind of, you know, tried to convince you there was something to find here, and you couldn't actually find it. Or some people couldn't. Another level 5 skill gem. Well, we're just rolling in it. I don't know if I need any of these. Like, I should probably try them, right? I should try Barrage. Rather than just not. Put it on F. Wait, which one's Barrage? There it is.
Stretch through the
So does that work? I mean, that could be pretty strong if it works with the Storm Conduit, Storm Lance. Which it does. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So then, in a tough situation, F, mouse 5, throw an explosive spear so it'll detonate all of them. That'll probably do a lot of damage. And at this point, our spear is actually pretty bad. So finding a good spear with a damage affix is going to be a big improvement on things in terms of like our projectiles.
Hold on.
So we'll see how that goes. You're wondering if I find Jeweler's Orbs? Did you? Are you wondering if it's like a guaranteed thing? Because they did say, you're probably talking about the patch notes that they mentioned adding like guaranteed orbs to certain maps. Let's see, what am I doing? I forgot all the buttons I'm supposed to hit. Hit that button, hit that button, hit that button. Good things happen. But would I just be better off hitting Rake over and over again? Potentially. Though that will get me killed, apparently. Whoops.
Sand and steel. It is insane. Insane?
I'll show you insane!
How did that not get him shocked? That's my question.
Need more time.
Don't get burned. Oh, jeez. Don't die. Oh my gosh, that thing does a lot of damage. Okay, don't get burned. I don't feel like I'm doing all the best things, but we're getting there. I gotta get ready for that one, that little grenade on a string. Oh well, I guess we won. I don't know if it's the voice line that tells you that he's about to smash you with a fire pot in the face, but I almost got one shot by that 3 times. So, good thing we had just enough life to tank it. Yeah, 12 Artificer's Orbs throughout the campaign. Well, I did get some already. So I might have gotten some of the guaranteed ones. I have 2. So I don't know if those were the guaranteed ones or not, but I did get 2.
I hear. No need to rush.
Alright, maximum life. Yeah, no. At some point, you get so out-leveled from your rares that it might be worth equipping magics again just because of how much bonus they give you, but we're not to that point yet.
As you wish.
So, just stash all this. And a level 6 skill gem. Wait, what? Oh, I just don't have enough dexterity. See, this is the problem. I have all of that strength and none of that dexterity. It's gonna create problems. All right, now who sells spears? I'm interested in getting a better one. 15 to 27 is in the ballpark. There, 23 to 41. Just strictly better in every way. We're losing the attack speed, I guess. But that's a lot more damage. It even has a quality increase. I don't know what quality does for this one. Martial weapons gain more damage. So yeah, that's a pretty big damage boost. Maim on hit is a thing. You're not wrong about that. I don't know how important that is. What's the actual damage increase here? So 16 to 29 sums up to 45, and this sums up to 64. 45 to 64. That's about a 50%, maybe a 40% increase. I'll probably just go with that.
They shall fear you.
And life per hit is fine. It's not very much life per hit, so I don't think there's anything going on there. Yeah, losing that attack speed is a little bit of a bummer, but I think the damage is more than worth it. And what else could we look for? I don't know. Who sells bucklers? Not you.
Warm nights.
Do you sell bucklers? No, you sell rings though. I don't need any of those, but
Stay inside.
is it? Do you sell stuff? Sekama? No, you do not. Who sells the things that I need? Nobody?
Back to basics.
Are we still missing one NPC that will end up selling these things?
Take your time.
I feel like we are. I don't remember who it is. Oh well. Anyway, Regal the spear? I could. I have 2. I don't know if I feel good enough about this spear to regal it. Then again, what else am I gonna regal? There, infinite accuracy. Sounds great. I'm not gonna hit it with exalts though. Oh, I need to talk to the prisoner. Thank you. Yeah, I was not paying attention to my quest log at any point during the last 20 minutes.
1,000, please take.
There we go. I'm glad you guys pointed that out before I took the waypoint to the next place. Alright. What was I about to check? Oh, my accuracy. Right, but I have to check that here. Yeah, I'm still at pretty much 100% to hit at any range, so it's not really doing much for me at this point. That's fine. Now we go to the Halani gates just to find out we're in a sandstorm.
I know what Jaman ran. He intends to feed their bodies. I can wait.
Yes.
Whoa, that's the same bug. I don't know what that is. Okay, we went there. Now we go to here. Let me out. Just so I can get back in. Is it a Huntress ascendancy that converts excess accuracy to crit? I don't know, but that would be awesome.
Move swiftly.
In that case, this spear would be nice. Okay, sorry, this isn't the sandstorm one, this is the closed gates one. And then we find the sandstorm one. Goodness.
But there is Scylla.
So let us see. You have your orders.
Okay, this time for sure. Speaking of ascendancy, we're not that far from getting our first ascendancy.
Finally, some shade. I'm sweating like a stuck pig, I am.
Alright, so we probably won't notice a ton more damage on our rake, but we should notice a lot more damage on stuff like this. And on our disengage and things like that. Or explosive spear. Yeah, I mean, those are some pretty strong hits right there. Yeah, Rake is OP with Stomping Ground. Certainly. Yeah, Stormlance doesn't deal that much damage. It's more about, I think, getting the exploded ones. Because the actual, the little bolts that it shoots out are not that much damage. Okay, so now, do we go to attack physical damage? Or do I go to increased melee damage if I've dealt a projectile attack hit? Or do I start working my way towards 40% increased projectile damage, which is just massive? I mean, that's... And increased is the multiplicative, right? Or no, increased are the ones that add up, and more is the multiplicative. Yeah, I think more is multiplicative now that I look at it. What else could we go for? If we're wanting lightning spear stuff, we could go up towards this. Increased chance to shock, increased elemental damage. Increased projectile damage, chance for more when forking, chance to chain from terrain, chance to pierce enemy. That could be pretty good. What is the forking? It doesn't actually fork. Yeah, spear cannot pierce, fork, chain, or return. But the lightning bolts also don't fork. Interesting. So that doesn't really benefit from any of those things. The Stormlance could, maybe. Doesn't say it can't fork. But you can only have 3 lodged spears in the first place. I don't really know what to go for. I think this heavy ammunition is the way to go. Maybe. It's just a lot of projectile damage. I don't know. We can always respec stuff later. There's a spear cluster on the outer ring. Yeah, I probably should type spear into the search and see what happens. Oh, it's like way out there. Oh, there's a lot of spear stuff out there. Jeez. %40 increased projectile damage when there are no enemies within 3 meters. And that's the multiplicative one. Wow. Right? No, increased is additive and more is multiplicative. I've gotten that wrong twice in the same. Increased skill speed? Affects the speed at which skills are used. How is that different than attack speed? Because all of my skills are attacks. I guess skill speed is for people who use spells or attacks. So that's pretty good, those 3. And then, is there anything else on the way there that we really want? Shock magnitude and shock duration. Charm stuff. Projectiles for enemies far away, projectiles for enemies close. I don't know. For now, I'll just go for some more projectile damage. That's the easy choice. We can always respec a few points later. We could spend all day theory crafting and still not have any idea what to do.
I will break you.
Well, I'm not doing strength because I'm at the dexterity limit to level up skills. So I need more dexterity for now. Is this the one that has the Trial of the Sekimas, or is that the one after we get off the wall? It's that next one that has it. I think it's that next one that has it.
That was almost a challenge.
Is Path of Building 2 a thing yet? You know what? That's a good question. I haven't been paying enough attention to know the answer to that. There is another mod that looked really interesting that, like, gives you some sort of readout on, like, how good your item is and what tier all the affixes are versus what the max are and all that sort of stuff. That I'll probably get. It is a thing, but no way to import characters yet. You know what I'm not doing is getting any frenzy charges. Frenzy charge. Okay, so those things with a frenzy charge are pretty legit. I miss my loot filter that tells me if things are higher quality or not. We'll definitely be re-enabling that for our next session. Yes, it is an easy fix, but I need to actually... Wait, why is there a checkpoint here? This doesn't go anywhere. What am I missing here? There's nothing here. Weird. Checkpoint on a dead end, I guess, just because. Just in case you die. Alright, I should level up Stormlance. What does Barrage do differently? It shortens the attack time, or the cooldown from attack time. It looks like that's all that changes. Lightning Spear does more damage. Pull the Weak does more damage. Explosive Spear does more damage. I'll upgrade that one. Oh, right. Because you can teleport. I keep forgetting that. Thank you for saying that. I've done it once in this stream, but then I immediately forgot you could do it. LOL.
Who are these lasses then? They have an air of importance.
I am probably going to be done with the stream soon. I need to go eat dinner. But I've actually had a ton of fun, and I'm very excited to keep playing. So there will be more. Maybe tomorrow, definitely this week, if not tomorrow.
Need more time.
The traitor Balbala has been sentenced to 1,000 years of suffering.
But yeah, we'll get to the next waypoint and then probably call it.
Let no woman or man of Marika
Another skill gem.
before her time served.
Superior shoes. For that disenchanting goodness. Or what do they call it? The thingy. Huntress seems very not New Zealandy for a GGG character.
Oh, I rethink my approach.
If you are the I will. Who goes there?
Yes, I did, Dave, and I think you know what I mean. And if it's anything like last season, the armor scrap was worth more than the artificer's shards. The armor scrap was actually worth quite a bit. It seems pretty strong. Three to 6 fire damage on top of the main. I mean, think I'm just gonna go for it. Oh, you mean her accent. I see what you're saying. I think we just sell all this. And then
Do not wander.
put away all the crap. Lightning spear, storm lance, explosive spear, all the spears. And is this the top of the gates? Maybe, maybe not.
Wait.
Me down here. What's my strength? 26, and I'm still just rolling through things with Rake. Goodness. Because, yeah, I guess some of those increased physical damage, those nodes are affecting the shockwave damage, presumably. Did we find it? Maybe? Nope, we found a chest. And another rare. F. Middle mouse. Oops, that's not it. Oh well.
That was almost a challenge.
I guess we're going down here. Nope. Alright, well, in that case, I don't know. Oh, there it is. Never mind, I see it now. Probably, I'm gonna guess it's this one. Or they're connected, maybe. Yeah, they're connected. Another level. I'm still confused on where we're going in this map. I'll do strength for that one. Oh, am I? Oh man, I see it now. It's one of those tiny little... I wonder if it would be good for the exploration edge to not be the same color. I mean, I realize it's not the exact same color. It's kind of a light bluish when the hard line of the edge of the map is kind of a purplish. But right here, if you don't actually look at it directly with your eyes, it kind of blended together. So that just looked like the corner to me.
There's something odd about this door. Feels like
Here we go.
To stay shut.
Time to fight Poison Dagger Lady.
Now, Jindak, I prove myself.
Lightning shutter's bird. Hold on.
Oh yeah, you're gonna never sit on top of my spears, are you? It's gonna be very annoying. She moves around so much. There's like no point in using these explosive spears. I don't know why I'm even trying. Ow! Ooh, that was close. Whoa, that was also some serious damage. This health bar bug is Very annoying, I will say. I think I'm gonna die. I'm not doing a good job of this. Right, where are you at? Right here. Gotta take it a little slower. What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to attack the coins? I can't remember how it works. There's something with the coins. You're supposed to like run over them or not run over them or...
Need a moment.
You are a worthy
Poison fog, gotta run into her. Get out of the way of all this crap. Try not to die from that. Dodge those. That was a lot. Especially when I don't know exactly how all those mechanics work. But there we go. And then... Wait, now what do we do? Now we just go to the gates? Identify everything. Is this better? Thorns, life regen. It's kind of the same. 3.7 life regen's better, I guess. Armor and evasion, life. I don't think that's better. Wait, it's got a lot more evasion. Maybe that is better. It's less resistance, though. I like the 14% lightning resistance. If only that had movement speed. Okay.
So, no need to run as you wish.
Oh, man. Wait, no. Buyback on these guys.
Blessings.
Salvage. Stash. Oop. Wait, I can't. Oh, it's the quest item right now. Okay. So then, travel to the trader's passage. Wait, where's... So are we not done here? Why am I forgetting how this works? No, I'm pretty sure we're done here, right? And now we... I don't know. Let me go to the other quest thing. This is what happens when you don't read any of the quest stuff. Oh, that... Okay, no, never mind. So we do need to go there. Okay, well, in that case... I'm guessing this is the direction. No, but this one didn't... This one was a dead end. God, this area is huge. I'm confused on where else we would go. Unless... You know what? I'm wondering if this right here is like the stairwell to the stairs. That's gonna be hilarious if it is, because I think it is. It's just how... It's always the last place you look. Which is both quite literally factual, but also always true. Yep. Gosh. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's hilarious. Well, I'm kind of glad because I forgot there was two things here. For some reason, I thought it was we did the boss lady after. So we'll call it here. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's been a fun stream with the Huntress. I'm enjoying Dawn of the Hunt quite a bit so far. The lag was bad at first, but it's been pretty good for the second half of the stream, especially once we switch to California. And yeah, I'll probably be playing more sometime here in the next couple days. So, thanks for hanging out. Oh, good stretch. Night night, Alor. I had fun as well. Yeah, see you later, Dave.